Good afternoon from the East Coast. I'm Robert McNeely with lots going on in Washington as President Trump will hold a press conference at the 1 o'clock hour, joined by Mr. Matthew Alvarez live here in Auburn, Alabama, as you see a snowy but melting Washington, D.C., and melting the hearts of the deep state and globalists today because, my goodness, so many great things happening as now RFK Jr. confirmed to be the Secretary of the Health and Human Services.
There is so much news going on. As you guys know, a lot of streams we have at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, today, President Trump will have a press conference at about 1 o'clock Eastern time. This is all about the Reciprocal Trade Act, or reciprocal trade and tariffs. So we're going to dive into that in just a bit here. But yeah, a lot going on. Isn't it great to see RFK Jr. going to the next level? And also, you just told me, Kash Patel as well.
Kash Patel's strict party line vote out of the committee, 12-10, and just giving you some actual quotes and statements by these different individuals. Let's get to Senator Durbin, the ranking member, which I give him a lot of credit because whether it was Crossfire Hurricane or Russia, he gives a very convincing case against Kash, although he is simply not telling the truth. Senator Durbin has been known for this, to put out falsehoods and lies throughout his entire career since 1997. And he said, we are inviting a political disaster if we put Kash Patel into this job. But Chuck Grassley, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee and president pro tempore of the Senate, said that Mr. Patel was instrumental in exposing Crossfire Hurricane. He showed that the DNC funded false allegations against President Trump and that the DOJ and FBI hid information from the FISA court to wiretap a presidential campaign, and that an FBI lawyer lied in the process. He actually explored and shared many of the whistleblowers' accounts of senior and mid-level staff in the intelligence community at the FBI and CIA who have had and received blowback. And of course, Chuck Grassley just highlighting other things that have happened to people, especially those of faith, whether it be in the Catholic Church and protesting different pro-life advocacy things and going to jail as a result of it, or parents in Virginia, there's students going to different school boards and protesting those issues with pornography in the classroom, other issues there, being literally maligned by the FBI. So Kash Patel wants to change all of this.
Exactly. So we see that the United States Attorney General Pam Bondi already at it for our country. We're seeing Kash Patel being advanced to become the director of the FBI. We see the director of national intelligence, which would be great for what you were just talking about.
Absolutely.
Tulsi Gabbard already in that position. DOJ is firing on all cylinders. So a lot of good things going on here as we cover them live on Rsbn Live.
And Brooke Rollins as well for Secretary of Agriculture, the USDA. An immense thing to take on, and she's a great expert at that. It's wonderful to have two AFPI alums in the hot seat right now. So that final vote, last time I checked, if it's not concluded yet, it was around 67-21. So a lot of bipartisan support. And I'm excited to see that we could actually potentially sell U.S. beef and poultry maybe across on the other side of the pond, across the Atlantic, to our European friends who sometimes won't purchase it because of the poisoning and the chemicals used on our ranches and by farmers who don't want to. It's the regulations that are put into place, which puts them in harm in that process. And Linda McMahon finally undergoing her hearing with the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions division of the government. And it's nice to have family supporters there. Her son Shane and daughter Stephanie, as well as son-in-law Triple H, if you're a fan of the World Wrestling Entertainment. So they're supporting their wonderful mother.
Always good to see that, and it'll be great to see Linda McMahon taking our country to a new level in that section of government as well. All of this brought to you by a number of great sponsors, as you've heard throughout the morning, including Colonial Metals Group. Of course, we have that free gold guide here for you. And it's an urgent retirement warning, of course, as well. Even as President Trump stands up to China, we're told billionaires are fleeing Wall Street. So you see Warren Buffett there. He dumped $133 billion in stocks. And then
amazing, isn't it?
The thing is wow. We trust, Colonial Metals Group, of course, to help you figure out all of this, to navigate these waters. So just go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. You can actually call them as well, 888-705-0950 for your free gold guide on how to bulletproof your IRA and your 401k with gold, all tax-free. So an urgent warning once again, it's something that's definitely needed, of course, gold, silver, and precious metals, and also just figuring out how to diversify with your 401k and your tax-sheltered IRA.
Yes, and Paul Stone, a wonderful CEO for the company, we've had on many times onto the show, and we'll be interviewing again about the essential nature of having this diversification in your assets.
Exactly. So once again, it's freegoldguide.com/RSBN, and check this out. You can also qualify for a free home safe and as much as $7,500 in free silver. So definitely a lot going on there. Great group there, Colonial Metals Group. We'll talk about them, of course, more. And to your point, interviewing Paul Stone the other day, quite awesome to hear the insight when somebody has their finger on the pulse of the financial situations out there.
Oh, absolutely. You need to do that right now because regardless of conservative governance and who's in office, inflation has skyrocketed, and we still see the cost at the grocery store. I mean, right now, Costco's actually limiting egg sales by 3 cartons, I think, at once. Trader Joe's down to 1 at once. So this is America. It's wild that that's happening because of avian flu, bird flu, but also, I think there are still some bad actors in this government, and we have to be cautiously optimistic. And it's just great to see that this cabinet is almost full of President Trump's, and they have gotten through some major hurdles. So really who we have left, Kelly Loeffler for the Small Business Administration, of course, Linda McMahon in her hearing now, and Howard Lutnick still pending a cloture vote for Secretary of Labor. So it looks like we're down to 3 left. And then, of course, RFK will be sworn in later today as Health and Human Services Secretary. So an exciting time to see that President Trump's cabinet is coming together. People that are true subject matter experts and traditional conservative Republicans and liberal Democrats coming together to make America healthy again. These globalists, they like to wear purple like the Clintons at the inaugurations and just claim that they are bipartisan. No, this team is actually bipartisan.
Exactly right. As it's 12:13, we may see President Trump at least a minimum of 2 times today live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. The first time will be at 1 o'clock Eastern when he holds a press conference within the Oval Office, which is quite awesome. Isn't that transparency taking it to a new level?
Right, and I mean in the sky as well. You saw going to the Super Bowl from Mar-a-Lago to the Big Easy in New Orleans as the Caesars Superdome was the host for Super Bowl 59. He signed the Gulf of America executive order, the pilot announcing it as they were in international waters. Great to see that it's being recognized throughout different web sources, whether that be Google or DuckDuckGo, and on maps, Google Maps, etc. But Caroline Leavitt correcting a certain corporate media outlet yesterday about calling out truth when it is true and the lies from the fake news. And it wasn't just speech that they wanted, it is now the Gulf of America. So Caroline Leavitt really laying that out nicely as a big corporate entity who I won't mention tried to claim that this White House only wants the media to use its words. No, it's like this has happened. It's new. It's the Gulf of America. And I can't wait to get a hat.
Oh, yeah. No, a hat, a shirt, even a trip to the Gulf of America. I'm sure we're all, those of us in the southeast part of the country, looking forward to some beach time in the spring and summer. But also, speaking of the southeast, those of you, I know this is a very regional comment I'm about to make, but quite a storm last night. If you saw it, heard it, felt it. I know my family and I did, waking up at between 12 and 1 a.m. with just that hail and the high winds and some siding off of the side of the house taken off. I mean, it was a pretty bad storm cell that came through the region. But and just one quick point out of that is if you're looking for a really, really good weather app, there's a lot of great ones out there. But one that's used by a number of people at the National Weather Service and also randomly, the Boston Red Sox groundskeeper actually uses this app. It's called RadarScope. It's $9.99 per year. The reason why I'm talking about it is simple. It is out of safety. I mean, I literally had to get my family up to the middle part of the house. It was that bad last night for at least me, because you got to remember, I'm up in the Northeast. That's where we're from, my wife and I. So in the South, we're not maybe so used to some of the storms. So anyway, but I'm monitoring it on the app, and it really shows tornado warnings or like severe thunderstorms. Obviously, it's a free plug for RadarScope. Maybe we can get them as a sponsor, but definitely RadarScope, a great app. I'm sure there's other ones out there too, but just wanted to say that just for a weather kind of cautionary situation there. As it's 12:15. Now, the second part of what we'll see with President Trump is a 4 o'clock greeting with the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, Narendra Modi. That'll happen around 4 o'clock, and then there'll be a press conference following that. So if there's the situation that you're talking about with RFK Jr. and the swearing in, I believe President Trump would be a part of that too.
Oh, I think it's a monumental achievement. The combination of the Kennedy name, the Trump name to make America healthy again, really remarkable. And of course, you know, Mr. Kennedy had a presidential campaign. He ran as a Democrat. They had their own amount of lawfare against him within the party ranks. And he ultimately said, you know, I'm going to run as an independent. And then I think around the time when the assassination attempt took place against President Trump, as many Americans reflected, you know, how is it best to come together to really save this country? And RFK saw an opportunity, as he mentioned on the campaign trail, I prayed to God for nearly 20 years, 2 decades, to get me an opportunity to save this country's health. And he said he brought me Donald Trump. So really an amazing moment. And of course, he endorsed him out in Arizona at one of the wonderful rallies sponsored by Turning Point Action. And that was star-studded and made some great memes and videos as they came out together with all the
it was awesome.
Fireworks show that was happening inside of the arena. So that was a great time.
It was awesome. Every time TPUSA holds an event, I mean, I know you work there as well. I mean, it's gone from, you know, maybe smaller events to now these awesome conferences. And speaking of awesome conferences, the CPAC conference coming up, Robert McNeely, Christina Loren, Ashley Brassfield will be there live for 4 straight days, right?
Can't wait. It's going to be a great grassroots homecoming reunion for really the extended family of this movement, this MAGA movement, a populist movement, as I've mentioned many times, this bipartisan combination of common sense Americans who have come together to save the nation. And we'll be talking to some of the leaders of CPAC on the stream today, and excited to see preparations for what's sure to be an extraordinary event and a focus on the future as well, as the midterms will be here before we know it.
Yeah, no, 100%. And at 12:30, so in about 12 minutes from now, CPAC's Mercedes Schlapp will join us live right here on RSBN Live to give us a preview of CPAC and all of the great speakers and all of the great moments that will be had there at that conference in Maryland, right outside of Washington, D.C. So looking forward to seeing that coverage with our team there. And we'll also be covering various America First news as it happens throughout those days as well. But at the end of the day, the big story really being the conservative movement coming together and all these powerful people that speak truth into the darkness.
Right.
And it'll be great because you and the team will be interviewing these great people. It'll be awesome.
It's been an emotional experience, I think, for many to see this incredible cabinet come together as well, because you look at the last few years, so many were canceled. I mean, even Tulsi Gabbard herself was spied on by the Biden administration for speaking her piece, for supporting the people she wanted to support, whether that be Democrats or Republicans. And they were afraid of her, Hillary Clinton going after her. And it's been this consistent pattern, as Chairman Chuck Grassley said today of the Judiciary Committee, crossfire hurricane. Kash Patel blew the lid off of that when he was working with Congressman Devin Nunes, and they said, oh my goodness, this Russia hoax, Crossfire Hurricane and the Steele dossier, it was all produced by the Hillary Clinton campaign. She was spying on the Trump campaign. People need to go to jail for this. I mean, this is crazy to think about in a constitutional republic that this kind of lawfare could happen.
I know, it's quite fascinating and quite interesting to see the amount of corruption across the government in various parts, but we're seeing now with the new cabinet picks getting into the right positions, and also Doge and others really just ridding our country of that, all while protecting our homeland, while shutting down the border and the northern border, you know, and keeping our constitutional rights intact. And I'm going to get to a comment that President Trump said during his speech on January 20th that is the most, in my opinion, out of all the years of President Trump quotes, is my favorite by far.
Love that.
So we're going to get to that in just a second. I know he has a million of them that we like, about being an outsider, about not quitting, about making America great again. It's all great, but there's one that really sums it up. And I'm going to share that with you guys right after we talk about mypillow.com. Huge percentage off, right, with the Rsbn code.
Yes, it's the mega sale. If you have been following the last couple of weeks here, My Cross, save 30%. That's an exact replica, Mr. Mike Lindell's cross that he wears and boldly proclaims his faith and his personal life journey that brought him to learning of salvation, learning that personal relationship with Christ, and turning that into an energy and a prowess to create a company that really helps the American people. Also reversible for the ladies too, so you have like a white side and a black side, pending your get up and your outfit for the day. So a really nice design by Mr. Mike Lindell. Of course, the My Towels and Flannel sheets, very popular, going for $29.98 and $44.98 respectively. Well, with over 2,000 items on the menu here, you're talking about close to 80% savings off of everything. So mypillow.com/RSBN. Help support this great fighter of free speech, election integrity, and the Constitution, Mr. Mike Lindell. Promo code RSBN, mypillow.com.
All right, there it is. Great sponsor. We have many of them here. Looking forward to talking about them in the coming broadcasts, which will be live a lot today, of course, with all of the live coverage. It's 12:21 Eastern. Here is the quote that I saw just yesterday on whitehouse.gov. Check it out. There it is. If you'd like to read along. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. President Donald Trump, January 20th, 2025. Found that on whitehouse.gov yesterday. I think there's a new page there where it says contact. So you can actually contact through email and that kind of thing,
right?
Through that submission page. And that was what I saw. I took a screenshot of it, posted it on Truth Social, and let's just talk about what that really means right there, Robert.
I think it was the strongest inaugural speech, perhaps since JFK's. It was really turning the government back to the American people and putting this mandate into practice, really defending the founding documents, because the living predecessors of Donald Trump did the opposite, Republican and Democrat, and throughout the board with nation building and a bloated government bureaucracy. And we still see that with people like Mitch McConnell turning on RFK and also on Tulsi Gabbard. It's an old guard that their mentality on things has really come to an end. And thank God for that, because they were putting the world first and not America first, and in turn harming a lot of people in the process. I think of programs like NAFTA, a terrible trade deal that led to us being tariffed by our friends to the north, whether it came to dairy, to milling processes, also manufacturing, whether it be steel or aluminum. So this is a much better way to run the country. It's a much better way to provide prosperity and sound freedom. And all you have to do is go back to the rule of law and order. And this man, the citizen servant that President Trump is, focused on doing just that.
Exactly. Looking forward to hearing what he has to say about reciprocal trade and tariffs at 1 o'clock, so at the top of the hour. Also, news yesterday within the 24/7 news cycle, I want to get your take on this, we'll get into the weeds a little bit here of the fact that the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, charging 3 people in New York State government because they had that green light law, which is just basically an open door for illegal immigration into New York. Just your thoughts about seeing the fact that she's at the DOJ and getting the job done.
Well, she's simply enforcing the law and what's on the books, as the executive should do. Section 8 of U.S. Code 1324, it is at least a year or more in prison and a felony for harboring an illegal alien, period. That has not been enforced in probably the last half or at least quarter century. And now the Trump administration is doing just that. So again, you're not above the law, even as elected officials. This goes the same for the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago. Justice is coming, and amazing to see just this entire week. Yesterday was Abraham Lincoln's birthday, and you had a full pardon of Rod Blagojevich, who went through the lawfare. We've talked to him on the show with the FBI. And then Speaker Madigan, who helped put him into jail. For those of you who know Illinois politics, a man deeply connected to the Chicago machine, indicted yesterday on federal crimes. He's guilty. So just an amazing week of news to really see liberty and justice for all, and to have Pam Bondi as the 87th Attorney General defending the laws on the books. It's common sense, it makes sense, and it's promises made, promises kept.
Exactly, and it was really tough to watch because there was an angel mom that was speaking in front of the press yesterday during that press conference, talking about her daughter who was killed by an illegal immigrant, and also the illegal immigrant admitted that he also took the lives of 4 others and raped 2 others. So it was a really terrible situation, of course. So that is easy for Pam Bondi to say, you know what, we're going after the people of New York through lawsuits and others, because she said yesterday, the AG Bondi saying green light laws are unconstitutional. that she said it was a green light to illegal immigration. And so specifically yesterday, if you missed it, the Attorney General said the state government in New York is required currently to inform illegal aliens when a federal immigration agency has requested their information.
Right.
That's a green light law. That's crazy.
It's amazing.
And so that is what's getting tackled there. And then so New York Governor Kathy Hochul, New York AG Letitia James, and Mark Schroeder of the New York DMV, all charged with these crimes that are happening.
Yeah, no, it's outstanding. And again, if you're an office holder, you're not above the law. So maybe now they'll realize that their lawfare, they should have scaled back, because it's not retribution. It's simply holding the feet to the fire, liberty, justice for all, the constitutional system that we live in. You cannot violate federal law. And it goes to Tom Homan's comments, too, that it was really sad to see His Holiness Pope Francis chime in about the American immigration system and criticize the current administration, because he has walls around the Vatican and protects his staff and himself. And I love that Tom Homan, as a practicing Catholic, as a cradle Catholic, as I am, was very vocal about this, saying it's really a shame, and maybe he should clean up shop in his jurisdiction versus criticizing ours, because we're actually protecting human life.
Exactly. And then on top of that, all of the lawfare President Trump faced, you can't create something out of nothing. So there was nothing there, and they tried to create something. The only person, the only one that has created something out of nothing is God Almighty.
Amen.
He spoke and it happened. So he's the only one that can do it. If you have nothing, you can't create anything, right? But if you have a laptop, you can create something maybe out of it.
Yeah, maybe. The different apps and...
There you go.
I still need a graphic designer or two. I'm not that creative when it comes to that stuff, but I digress.
Yeah, definitely. So it's bottom of the hour, 12:30. Looking forward to seeing President Trump here at 1 o'clock. And again, another awesome opportunity to have that live vantage point from the White House, whatever room, the East Room, the Roosevelt Room, over to the Oval Office as well. So looking forward to that. Robert, did you, let's shift back to the storm from yesterday. Those of you that were along that line of storms, and all the way up to the Northeast, a lot of snow.
Right.
But as you obviously get more to the South, we should bring on Christina Loren, by the way, for this one.
She's a great meteorologist.
She's awesome. But yeah, what was that like for you? I mean, was it?
When you mentioned it, I thought I was in such a deep twilight sleep that I thought I heard something on the roof, but I think I slept right through it.
Yeah. Deep sleeper over here, I guess. But yeah, our house was getting just hit with hail. Again, the siding came off, so it was quite the storm yesterday. So anyway, glad that there was no tornado warning. There was actually a tornado watch for a big part of the region yesterday. So again, radar scope, if you don't have a good weather app that you trust, it's always good to have one that you do. So all right, so let's talk about the fact that President Trump is saying billions and billions of dollars are being given away illegally, he said. This is as DOJ is doing a great job of getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse.
Oh, yes. It's really amazing to see. And we highlighted right off the top of the show this morning, going into different streams of all these amazing hearings and votes taking place today, the fact that USAID and the Foreign Affairs Committee in the House, with Chairman Brian Mast, really tackling this, because we've seen DEI musicals being funded in Ireland. We've seen poppy seed cultivation, millions poured into the heroin epidemic in Afghanistan, which funded the Taliban and Al-Qaeda to do their evil deeds. So you have so much of that was complete fraud, waste, and abuse that's been brought up by Elon Musk. He'll continue to search, and he'll continue to find more, especially with this very talented cabinet taking shape under President Donald Trump. And Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said, if this does not advance the interests of the United States, it's not worth funding, it's not worth even talking about. And that's why he's now director, at least acting director of USAID, to stop this, to halt it in the short term, to get this back on track and to truly aid people in need. We want to do that as a nation, but not at the expense of American citizens and this woke mind virus that seems to have corrupted the deep state.
Exactly. And so yesterday, the press team over at the White House, the Office of Communications, actually sent out an email to the press corps talking about the findings of the Government Accountability Office, releasing a report just last year saying no area of the federal government is immune to fraud. We estimated that the federal government could lose between $233 billion and $521 billion annually to fraud. So President Trump, of course, it says here, determined to be a good steward of taxpayer dollars and put an end to fraudulent and wasteful spending. Enter Doge and Elon Musk.
Right.
And now President Trump's saying about 100 people working on that. And actually, on the Doge.gov website, there's an application for people to join Doge, which is quite interesting.
Excellent. That's fantastic. No, I mean, Elon's brought in the best of experts to do those long hours as he first posted and making decent money, but really those nerds that can dissect every little aspect of the federal government. I thought that was funny how he put it, but I mean, another guy.
I thought you just called them nerds.
Oh no, I would not. No,
I mean, okay.
no, I'm not.
I didn't catch that part.
Deeply admire them. I was quoting Mr. Musk.
So he said that at the Oval Office.
This is actually at the beginning, so a month ago.
Okay.
With the initial application.
That's awesome.
So he's like, my fellow nerds, come together and take care of this. And
great impersonation, by the way.
Oh, thank you. They know what they're doing.
Never heard the Elon Musk impersonation. I've heard a lot of other ones, but not that one. That was quite awesome. All right, so it's about 12:32. Director, do we have Mercedes Schlapp with CPAC online? We can go to her in just a second as we thank the Colonial Metals Group, obviously a great sponsor here at the network, with an urgent retirement warning, of course. Even as President Trump stands up to China, we're told billionaires are fleeing Wall Street, including Mr. Warren Buffett, who dumped $133 billion in stocks.
Amazing.
So we trust these experts, of course, Colonial Metals Group. All you have to do is go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN or call 888-705-0950. You'll get a free info guide on the whole thing when it comes to tax-sheltered IRA and backed 401ks and all that.
Oh, it's so smart to do. Scan that QR code now. No obligation, just a wonderful list to go through all of your options. Visiting freegoldguide.com/RSBN or calling 888-705-0950 for your free gold guide will literally bulletproof you and your IRA and 401k and the hedge against inflation. So you're going to want to do this because you could also qualify for a free home safe and as much as $7,500 in free silver. So that's a great investment.
Yeah,
there.
exactly. So all you have to do is go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. And I believe tomorrow you'll be interviewing Paul Stone, the CEO, the founder of Colonial Metals Group. Always good to hear insight from the people that actually run the company as well.
Oh yes, an expert in this field. So we're happy to have Paul on a regular basis to talk about everything regarding inflation and the best hedge against that, gold, silver, precious metals.
Exactly. All right, so other news we're following here as we're getting ready for CPAC's Mercedes Schlapp, of course, to join us as we preview CPAC coverage coming up. From the Oval Office, obviously early in the week, President Trump talking about Saturday on the 15th, where President Trump said at noon, Hamas has to release all these hostages.
Right.
Well, Hamas, I've seen some other reports that they may delay that, so almost testing the president and the prime minister of Israel to see how everything's handled. And then on Sunday, we're also seeing reports that the president will be at Daytona 500.
Yes, the great American race. So I'm glad that President Trump can enjoy some R&R as he's very excited to be part of all of those different things. But yeah, so that's an exciting thing to see going on this weekend, no question about that. But President Trump is literally nonstop on the campaign trail, as it seems, although he's done with that. He is nonstop getting the mission done for the American people with a press conference at 1 o'clock coming up at the White House here.
Exactly. All right, so while we get ready for Mercedes Schlapp with CPAC, why don't we go to a commercial break so we can set that up here. We are live right now at 12:35 right there on the East Coast, 9:35 out there in the morning on this Thursday, February 13th. We'll be right back.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on Rsbn Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At Rsbn, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching Rsbn, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing Rsbn as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Welcome back to RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Robert McNeely. Of course, Robert here reporting live for a lot of the morning, a lot of news going on, seeing Kash Patel go to the next level. RFK Jr. confirmed as the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Looking forward to seeing that swearing in a little bit later. And of course, President Trump at the top of the hour, a press conference about reciprocal trade and tariffs. A lot of news on this busy Thursday, February 13th.
Oh, yes, and Brooke Rollins confirmed over at the USDA, now the Secretary of Agriculture, so we look forward to her swearing in. And Linda McMahon finally getting that hearing over with the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. So excited to see her confirmation as well, because she's someone who is entering this Department of Education to then end it and bring it back 10th Amendment style to the states. So an exciting time for this cabinet to take shape. I believe now just 3 left to be confirmed and sworn in. So that's an exciting thing to see President Trump's picks coming together as he's going to hold a press conference at 1 o'clock at the White House. And I believe we are joined by Mercedes Schlapp of CPAC, and looking forward to discussing with her everything that's going to be happening come next week for an exciting event.
Exactly, and as soon as we see her on the program monitor here, we will go to Mercedes Live, and we'll talk about, of course, the huge preview coming up for the great conference there. I mean, what a long-standing conference. You know what's awesome about CPAC? You see them around the world, whether it's Japan or the UK or Hungary. It's just these awesome moments for conservatives, not only here in America, but around the world.
Yes, that liberty movement shining bright for the world in order to make America great again, but also to have a world at peace. I mean, that's the ultimate goal, to move the conservative populist agenda throughout the world. And it's something that respects borders and sovereignty, and also the celebration of culture. So it's the true multiculturalism that you'll hear from the left, something that Andrew Breitbart warned against, of the far left multiculturalism, that it was a sheep in wolves' clothing. And the late, great Andrew Breitbart was 110% right on that. So the mission of CPAC, I'll let Mercedes jump more into that, but definitely to spread peace and prosperity through the world, not through nation building, but through that influence of diplomatic dialogue and conservative populism that has shaped and saved our great constitutional republic.
It was so awesome attending CPAC a couple years back when President Trump had such a solid speech. Every time he's there, he has a solid speech, but talking about dismantling the deep state and getting rid of globalists, that kind of stuff, through voting and protection and all that. But I ran into somebody from CPAC Japan there. I told the story last week. Got one of those pins with our flag and the Japanese flag, and it was just great to talk to someone from a different nation that was on board with everything that I'm on board with. It's that whole thing of the media always tries to, the left wing, of course, tries to separate all of us by what we are into or believe or whatever. And at the end of the day, it's the free world versus a tyrannical situation.
Exactly, and that's what keeps the world at peace. Peace through strength, dialogue, and diplomatic relations. The great Ron Paul always talked about it. Of course, Ronald Reagan as well, and now President Donald Trump continuing in that outstanding legacy. and very excited to see his press conference. I mean, 11 hostages released since he's been in office, and there's a hard deadline. We're looking at less than 48 hours now for Hamas to release the American and Israeli hostages and others from other nations who were abducted on October 7th. Such brave souls back in 2023, simply going to see a concert, and they were been held against their will. You know, it's been great to see, whether it's Venezuela or Russia or Belarus, with these hostages being released, everyone seems to be in good spirits and relatively healthy. Thank God for that, because some of these people have been held for years.
It's so true. And to see, hopefully, the hostages get fully released in time for what President Trump said on Saturday at noon, obviously a great thing. And on top of that, the American detainees, whether it's in Russia or Belarus from this week, Mark Fogel of Russia, and the other American citizen from that was detained in Belarus, those negotiating skills, as we see, kick into high gear. And these are all, you know, it's great about having a great leader like President Trump is he has a natural, so we're all, there's natural talents in various parts of our life, right?
Right, oh, no question.
We all have gifts from God, I believe, and finding that natural gift is key, right?
Right.
And we know President Trump has found it, and he's held on to that thing since day one, way back in the day, with all of his greatness that he did in New York, with all the Trump International hotels and all of that. And then now he's just using that same gift for the United States of America and for the free world. That's got to feel awesome for President Trump. Let's just be straight up about that.
Oh, yes. I mean, you think about it, too. And there's a meme going around right now when Elon Musk was joined by his son X with the president in the Oval Office, talking about Doge, taking questions. And you have to think about this. It's the most powerful man in the world mixed with the richest man in the world, who both are not doing these jobs for anything. They're legally taking $1 because they have to. Everything else is donated. So it's truly being citizen servants and really being under the gun and being accused of things that are just dishonest and not true, simply because they want to save the country and they want to bring a wrecking ball to what's been a bureaucratic state that has scratched one another's back, regardless of the party letter that's been next to their name. So it's a change of culture in Washington, just as President Trump changed the outlook on the Chinese Communist Party when he was first in office. They have really gone to work in the last 24 days, and Caroline Leavitt really outlined that well during her White House press conference yesterday.
And it looks like we will be interviewing people like Mercedes and others at CPAC at the actual event. So that'll be coming up. There was a conflict with some of the scheduling going on and some of the tech issues that we had here. So that'll be done at CPAC, I'm sure. Again, a great time there. And so many people that are just happy to see Right Side Broadcasting Network. Mm-hmm. You know, I've seen that before where, you know, there are a number of conservative viewers that really attach themselves or like a certain network, and it's great to see a lot of people at all of the rallies, you know, throw their love on us. You know, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. No, it's very humbling. It's an honor, and it's a joy to be with you. So please feel free to stop by the booth and say hello and share with us some of your stories, because it's always inspiring to hear from the American people, and especially this grassroots family. I mean, the people that go to CPAC, if you have not been, really monumental to see, because you'll be brushing shoulders with the biggest names in the movement, but also those precinct captains and those who hold those coffees and those town halls and make the phone calls, the ones that made this difference with Trump Force 47 to make America great again. And I love when they wear their Trump precinct captain hats, because they're nice and white and gold, and I love the nicknames of different hats now. Of course, Elon was wearing his dark MAGA hat, which has become very legendary since he's been on the campaign himself.
Also, there's a lot of gear that's on, I think it's still DonaldJTrump.com, so more of the campaign website, and ways to shop. And there's the hats are awesome. They have a dark MAGA hat where it's more of cursive writing saying "Make America Great Again." They have all sorts of colors on there, and pretty cool stuff to see. And it is cool to get the authentic stuff there.
Right.
Also, it's great to see the amount of business that's happened just off of MAGA, because I mean, it is huge movement that will be here from now until forever, in my opinion, because, you know, Make America Great Again is very simple. It's something that is very great, and why would that go away? People, the free world wants, you know, themselves, whatever country they're from, to be great.
Exactly. And I think people, especially in this movement, have not been so obsessed with Republican-Democrat partisan politics. They've come to this as independents for the most part, and common sense Americans who have seen President Trump's prowess and use of tariffs that will really change the ball game. Already has. I mean, 25% steel tariffs in place, now aluminum up from 10% under his first term now to 25%, and he is unafraid to use them, and that will be a sole focus today with his press conference, I'm sure, among other questions by the media.
Exactly. DC Drano on Truth Social just said 2 minutes ago, a Kennedy is back in the White House. I repeat, a Kennedy is back in the White House, and Republicans put him there. He said 2025 is wild.
It really is.
That's one way to sum it up.
Yes.
And speaking of quotes, for those of you just joining us, Director, if we could pull up that slide once again from the president where he spoke on January 20th, 2025, a great message there. Of course, a great speech at the U.S. Capitol at the Rotunda there, saying the following quote, and if we could take a look at it, great. If not, please listen on because it's that good.
It is.
President Trump said, "In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God." That's from President Trump, January 20th, 2025. It's on whitehouse.gov as well. Saw it last night. I think there's some new tabs that they're adding there with like contact, and that's where I saw this this great part of the speech. And you know, I have the entire speech right here as well, but you know, it's a long speech, so it's in there somewhere.
Right. Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's great to highlight that one. Getting a lot of love on Truth Social as well.
Oh yeah, it's exciting to see, and what a great platform for President Trump to share his message directly. And he was busy this morning really addressing a number of different issues, and also speaking to President Vladimir Zelensky and President Vladimir Putin of Ukraine and Russia respectively, and the fact that both want peace and looking forward to helping negotiate that peace. So something just on the horizon here, and hopefully we can have that ceasefire in a matter of days.
Exactly. Looks like we're seeing good things when it comes to Ukraine and Russia because of a number of things that President Trump's doing. And then,
Right.
of course, the Hamas situation. Hopefully they, release the hostages. But we know that that's a terror group that, at the end of the day, when it comes to ISIS, which is all within the same kind of thing, a terrorist organization, we saw what happened in Somalia just a few weeks back with President Trump, saying that we're going to do a surgical strike on some of the caves and hills in Somalia where it took out a number of ISIS leaders. So we'll see, and we're monitoring what, if anything like that will happen again. But, at the end of the day, we're looking for peace through strength, and that's what President Trump really starts with. He says it's peace through strength, but at the end of the day, if there has to be a surgical strike, it's against someone like ISIS or
Yes.
something that's a terrorist organization.
Right, and it's so good to have partners in the Middle East like His Majesty King Abdullah II, who was just at the White House a couple of days ago with the Crown Prince, and he announced there that he will be accepting 2,000 refugees, medically sick children, into the Jordanian kingdom, and that he's looking forward to further discussions with Egypt as well in regards to the removal, temporarily of course, of 1.8 million Palestinians and the people surrounding Gaza, as President Trump put it. So that'll be wonderful to see. And of course, the far left has to spin that as well, that he wants to invest there and make Trump towers and golf courses and the such. And that's not the case. President Trump wants to bring peace and prosperity to a demolished region, because for generations and generations there has been war fighting, there has been the Shia and Sunni conflict, among others. And of course, Israel's this tiny little sliver, geographically looking, roughly the size of New Jersey, that is surrounded by traditional enemies. Now, many, because of President Trump and others, their hard work, like the UAE and Bahrain with the Abraham Accords, came to a peace agreement that was unlike any other in modern world history. So I just want to build on that. And sadly, the failures of the Biden administration hindered that quite a lot. But we seem to be having more peace through strength once again with Trump in the White House.
And that's exactly what we voted for here in this country. I'm looking on whitehouse.gov, so if sometimes we're looking around at our laptops and everything,
Right.
Obviously it's a live fluid situation. We're waiting for this great press conference, but also at whitehouse.gov, the part of the issues there, the policies, make America affordable and energy dominant again. So President Trump, of course, withdrawing from the Paris Climate Accord. He also will announce the America First trade policy. So we're seeing very financially smart moves that are happening here.
Right.
And we're going to see that at 1 o'clock with this announcement. and then also a press conference there. So I believe we are to go now to Colonial Metals Group, a great sponsor here at the network. Of course, it's an urgent retirement warning.
Yes, it really is. It's your hedge against inflation. Warren Buffett even dumped $133 billion into stocks, but I trust the experts here at Colonial Metals Group. I know Matthew does, and we've had Paul Stone, the wonderful CEO, on many times. He'll be on tomorrow again to help explain why going to freegoldguide.com/RSBN or calling 888-705-0950 for your free gold guide right here, endorsed by great patriots like Judge Janine Pirro, Ed Henry, who's also in the correspondent media business, does a wonderful job. And how about Larry Kudlow? Talk about an expert on gold and silver and everything when it comes to the economy. You could also qualify for a free home safe and as much as $7,500 in pure silver. And there's no obligation, of course. Just go and see what this complete guide on gold can do for you at home. Again, that's freegoldguide.com/RSBN or call 888-705-0950 for more information.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to go. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Colonial Metals Group. 12:52. About 8 minutes away from going to the White House here. Looks like this press conference will be in the Oval Office. So usually it's the press briefing room or the East Room, which we saw yesterday with the press briefing room yesterday. And then we'll see the East Room a bit later with a press conference with the leader of India. But then there's a press conference in the Oval Office. Pretty cool to see that live here momentarily on the network. The other news that we're following, of course, Kash Patel and RFK Jr. going to new levels. Are you surprised that we're seeing everyone pretty much be confirmed at this point? I mean, it's a great thing. That's what we want. That's what we voted for. However, the Democrat leadership, trying to pump the brakes as much as possible because they're probably scared and shaking in their boots.
Right. I am actually very surprised and gleefully happy that it seems as if the entire cabinet is coming together. They've delayed and they've tried to stop certain nominees like Kash Patel and like Secretary-designate Kennedy, but they just don't have the votes. The mandate to make America great again and to make America healthy again was loud and clear back in November, and even Brooke Rollins as well, with a 72-28 vote in the U.S. Senate, is now going to be the Secretary of Agriculture, someone from Texas who's done some great work with the AFPI organization, as well as Linda McMahon, working to advance policies that are bipartisan and that will make a difference for the American people. We'll see when she gets sworn in, but later today it looks as if Mr. Kennedy will be sworn in as the next Health and Human Services Secretary, so a huge victory.
Yeah, huge victory for America First policies, for our common sense leadership. And so what it's like is we have President Trump obviously leading the nation as the commander-in-chief, and then all these cabinet picks are right in line with him.
Oh, yes.
And isn't that great?
Oh,
These are people that are actually in line with the America First agenda. That's awesome.
Right.
It's really going to help our country and go to leaps and bounds and make America really great again.
And if you caught any of their confirmation hearings, I think about Scott Besson, who's over in Ukraine speaking with President Zelensky regarding ending the conflict there. He has a great personal story, and in regards to LGBT, and that he's actually a gay man himself. And he said President Trump does not look at that. Again, he looks at meritocracy. He looks at what is your background. And he said on 2 occasions was discriminated against for being a gay man and could not serve in the military and other aspects of the United States government. And he said this is his 3rd attempt, and President Trump paved the way for that. But if you look at all of their backgrounds and their resumes, this isn't a stepping stone for them to get on to the next job. This is not DEI hires. These people are true experts in their fields, and that's while you'll see major difference take place in the United States and abroad because of their involvement and willingness to serve.
Exactly. It's all about how good of a job the person does, right? It doesn't matter about skin color or background and all that. That's what's great about what we see here with all these picks and all these people that are getting confirmed. And we're seeing, again, no matter if you guys watch at all any other streaming thing, not talking about conservative media here, but there's other streaming news out there, and they really show a lot of the Democrats and what they're saying. Because at the end of the day, a lot of the mainstream media loves to put out all of the false narratives. They just let it breathe. Well,
Right.
what we let breathe here is just truth and common sense in the Constitution. That's really the difference of what's going on out there.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we really just want to bring you the truth and give you unbridled access and coverage to your president, your vice president, and this new cabinet being established. Only about 3 or 4 more spots to be filled, but it's an amazing time even for the 119th Congress that was sworn in on January 3rd. So here at Right Side Broadcasting, we give you this unbridled access, all of the coverage, and just as we did with the rallies, we actually go to the hearing so you hear word for word and the questioning and the discussion. Other news networks just won't do that. They'll pop in for a moment and then they'll take you away, but we want to show you what's happening inside of your government.
Exactly, and on top of that, just like Doge is transparent, if there is a mistake that's made, a factual thing that we thought was true, and then we find out it's not, we simply say, hey, this is what was originally reported, and here is the change. This is something that's always been done, so-called, on the mainstream media side, and we're going to do the same thing here. So if we're going to be transparent as well. When we receive email communications from the White House, it is the same emails that go to the media as a whole, and we report it as needed and as shared. And also on top of that, we know here what the big news stories of the day are. Like today, we saw a lot of news stories. The Kash Patel story is huge. The Brooke Rollins story, RFK Jr. Now we're going to this press conference. I mean, it's a lot of live coverage, but that's what you can come to expect here at the network. I believe that Right Side Broadcasting Network, we are the king of live coverage when it comes to the America First movement, when it comes to President Trump, because let's be real, 2015, that kingship started right here on this network.
Yes, there's no question about that. All thanks to Joe Seals and his vision to really cover these rallies in its entirety. And think back to that time, if you can remember, when President Trump and our beautiful First Lady came down the golden escalator. Everyone scoffed and laughed at it. And I remember listening to the speech about really securing these borders and immigration and then building out a big economy as a result from that. He was right when every political consultant said, what a fool, he's a reality TV apprentice star. How could he get this done? Well, if you actually watch that show, The Apprentice, he uses a lot of those principles and the art of the deal in order to make America great again. So the joke's on you, George Clooney and others.
Exactly. President Trump, greatness personified. It is 12:58. Let's talk about MyPillow before we go to a commercial break. Also, as soon as the live coverage starts there, we'll go to it, even if it's in the middle of a commercial break. We're on it here at RSBN Live. Okay, so MyPillow.com, of course, you guys have heard of MyPillow. Many people have. But have you ordered anything yet? Let's order something. If you've never ordered anything from MyPillow, I'll just say give the pillow a shot right away, and also the slippers. That's just 2 out of how many great products on there.
And the My Coffee, because it'll get your day started so well.
But if somebody has a budget, though, at a certain amount of, well, actually use the RSBN promo code.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, it's a mega sale right now. So those My Towels, $29.98, that's a 6-pack right there for you. So that's a great start. And I mean, even if you go to, say, Walmart, you might just get 1 towel for around $20. So this is a great bundle. Flannel sheets, of course, $44.98. With over 2,000 items there, you could get up to 80% off of everything. So go give them a shout out. And I remember when Bed Bath & Beyond canceled Mr. Mike Lindell, and they aren't open anymore. So when you go woke, you go broke.
Yeah, exactly. The power of the purse is the American people. If we boycott something, and that's why we saw what happened in a number of corporations, they said, okay, that's not going to be smart to really push that agenda, because the majority of the country is not woke. I mean, even how many millions of Democrats and liberals, everyday citizens across our country are not that extreme woke, right? It's just that small amount of people, in my opinion, and the mainstream media blows it up to be like, everybody's like this. It's not.
Exactly.
It's not the truth. It really isn't. Anyway, so MyPillow.com, and you're talking about the towels. The quality of those towels, we're not going to name other places right now, but are probably much better anyway than a lot of places.
No question. I've had them myself, and I really appreciate everything Mr. Lindell has done for free speech, the Constitution, electoral rights, and starting this amazing company that's based in Minnesota. He has a great team, too, so they're really good people.
1 o'clock. It is the top of the hour. Looking forward to the live coverage from the White House. We're going to go to a commercial break. If the live coverage starts in the middle of the commercial, we'll cut to it. We'll be right back here on RSBN Live.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live Show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on Rsbn Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
And welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. I'm Robert McNeely with Matthew Alvarez as we await President Trump's press conference to be held right about now at the White House. And we just had another one up in the sky on his way to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he has a press conference. That's a great point. We were talking before about the press conferences that the president has. You know, of course, in the East Room, we'll have one today with the Indian Prime Minister, and then a press conference in the Oval Office, and then a press conference, you're right, in Air Force One on Sunday when he was over the Gulf of America on his way to the Super Bowl. So talk about transparency.
Right. I mean, this is someone that works at a breakneck pace, but is always welcoming, and the open door really is there for the press, whether it's in town, out of town, on the plane itself, or at any other event that he travels to. And that was the promise of White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt at her first press conference just a few weeks ago. And doesn't it make you want to enjoy some traditional Indian food today with Prime Minister Modi coming in? I'm so happy these two friends are back together to really make both of our nations great again. So much that we can relate to with one another, and two of the largest economies and two of the largest capitalistic economies in the entire world.
And I think it was just the other day that Vice President J.D. Vance was in France and also spent time with the Prime Minister of India as well there. So quite awesome to see the Prime Minister here. And this is now, I think, the fourth world leader in just about a week and a half, 2 weeks that have visited the White House. So we're seeing a lot of support from a number of states and nations. And if you remember, right after President Trump won the election, November 6th, the day after, there were dozens and dozens of tweets. I'll call them tweets because posts on X from various world leaders congratulating President Trump. So it was great to see the amount of support from the global community. Not talking about globalism, I'm just saying from a global perspective, just of people saying congratulations, like Viktor Orban of Hungary. He is not a globalist, he is a freedom person, a freedom leader.
Right.
As is the El Salvador president and on, Javier Milei in Argentina and on. So yeah, it's just great to see the amount of things happening on the foreign front, but also, as you guys know, the domestic situation. We're seeing a lot of advancements for our country at a high speed. And it's very interesting to cover this every day because there's so much going on.
Right.
And the left wing, again, the media and some of the Democrats just want to try and push the brakes on anything. And I'm just going to call it out. The Drudge Report, if you look at it just for a second, go ahead and if you want to, good luck, have fun with it, because it's all negative on Trump, all negative on Doge, all negative on things that are very good for our country. So that left-wing machine is trying to still survive, but the people are going to conservative media. This is a new media reform we're seeing, just like we're seeing the reform of our country.
Well, and we learned that Politico has taken at least $8.1 million from USAID, and President Trump, joking at that prayer breakfast, what was it, about 2 weeks ago, it's I hope you're enjoying your breakfast. They're in the room here. So what an embarrassing moment for that outlet, but being state-run media like they are, hopefully that will change. If you happen to be just turning on the stream or not paying attention to the news this morning, lots happening in Washington. Secretary-designate Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the 52-48 vote has cleared the Senate, will be in office at the Department of Health and Human Services, will be sworn in today as well. We have Brooke Rollins over at the USDA, the next Secretary of Agriculture, with a large vote, 72-28 from the whole Senate. And now cloture votes will take place for Howard Lutnick over at Commerce, and of course Kelly Loeffler at the Small Business Administration. And those are two absolute superstars. You might not know as much about them given their business careers, but just two superstars within this MAGA movement that want to really help build the American economy in such a robust way for the rest of the 21st century.
I mean, the thing about Howard Lutnick, a great pick for the Department of Commerce as a Secretary of Commerce. The chairman and CEO, Cantor Fitzgerald, and the BGC Group. He was the Trump-Vance transition co-chair, a Doge founding member. Talk about somebody that's on serious point when it comes to understanding.
Excuse me. Yeah, I slipped for a second.
Understanding.
I'm just so excited.
Yeah, he's just getting pumped up there. On point for just everything when it comes to our country, when it comes to commerce, the economy, trade, tariffs, and on. So he sometimes is with the president in various meetings. He'll probably be at this press conference at 1 o'clock, I would think. And then shifting over to Kelly Loeffler, of course, from Georgia, correct?
From Georgia. So I've gotten to know Kelly over the last couple of years, and she's an outstanding servant, of course, former United States Senator from Georgia. Sad to see she did not win election there, but she's still serving in so many other ways and has helped keep those Republican majorities intact in the Peach State. So someone who also, like Linda McMahon over at Education, and her hearing is just commencing with health and pensions and labor over there today, with flanked by family members as well. So that's lovely. Kelly Loeffler is looking at how do we streamline the SBA and actually put more of it out into the United States and smaller agencies so that it's not this bloated infrastructure just lasting in the DC swamp like so many of these other agencies are. I'm also excited to see which one of these agencies, if not multiple, go out into the United States. I think that the Secretary-designate Rollins, she might take that USDA to Texas, to the Dakotas, who knows? I mean, I'm excited to see where this will go so that the bureaucrats aren't just around the other ones on K Street. They're actually living and working amongst normal American citizens.
Makes me think of Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, along the southern border the other day, training with some of these service members. All of these leaders getting out there and really working with the American people in every section of government, even though what we're seeing is a still limited government, which is what we desire as Americans here, because we hire a number of folks and they're doing great for us. And when we talk about Kelly Loeffler, though, the Small Business Administration, a shout out to all the small businesses around the country right now, all the owners. I've worked with so many small business owners during my time in media, whether it's interviewing them about a certain story, or maybe it's just a fluff piece, like a feature story about the Super Bowl, and they have these cool cookies and it's a local story, whatever. Or within making various social media videos for various small businesses across the country in my travels. And, I would make money doing that. And of course, 1099, contract work, whatever. But the point is it was great to meet with people that are really running the country in a way financially, the small businesses of America.
Yes, no, they really are the backbone of this country. And for any of you who've started a business, you know the struggles, the sacrifices, the long hours it takes. And these are the people that Kelly knows intimately and cares deeply for. So she will be an outstanding secretary. And then perhaps the biggest surprise of today, in a good way, a 12-10 party line vote out of the Judiciary Committee. Kash Patel is going on to be before the entire Senate. And I actually was wondering if that day would come because, I mean, just some of the quotes, I mean, it's incredible to see who was against Mr. Patel. Senator Dick Durbin, the ranking member, he's the top Democrat on the Judiciary panel. We are inviting a political disaster if we put Kash Patel into the job. And of course, using his lawyer tactics to spin things regarding the books he's written, Mr. Patel, on the government gangsters. And Durbin saying it's quite disturbing, but you know, it was countered with fact by our good chairman and the president pro tempore of the Senate, simply stating that Kash Patel has been through rigorous vetting. He's a public defender representing the accused against the power of the state. He's been a congressional staffer investigating the partisan weaponization of our legal system. That's how they found all this with Crossfire Hurricane, with the Russia hoax, the Steele dossier, when he was working with Devin Nunes while in Congress. He served in key national security roles, protecting Americans from foreign enemies. And of course, we've interviewed him here on the network regarding what really happened on J6 and the fact that Speaker Pelosi and Mayor Muriel Bowser did not take the security that President Trump authorized through the National Guard. So Kash Patel is going to be the transparency king at the FBI.
Exactly, and we were wondering throughout the week, I was saying, what's going on with Kash? When are we going to see him move on and be advanced to become the director of the FBI? Well, happening today, seeing that cloture vote move on to that vote, the final vote. So that's tomorrow, is that right?
That will be, well, we'll look at that.
We haven't seen that yet.
I haven't seen that on the schedule quite yet.
Okay.
The cloture votes just came up for Howard Lutnick and Kelly Loeffler.
Okay.
So we'll remain on that. It seems as if the Senate wants to get a number of items done. I know they're going to recess relatively soon, the next couple of weeks. So, clearly someone has been working the phones too to get the rest of the cabinet in position because they've taken their time with this. Some were quick, but others were very dragged out, and it's good to have an entire cabinet together. Very much looking forward to that first cabinet meeting when everyone is together with the president in the West Wing. That will be an exciting moment and great pictures for history.
Yeah, looking forward to that as well. A great photo to be shared on Truth Social X, and of course we'll have it here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's 1:13. Let's do a few programming notes for you. So as you see there, waiting for the press conference from the president. This is specifically about reciprocal trade and tariffs. So we're going to hear about that soon. And then a bit later today at about 4 o'clock, the president will meet with the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. And then there will be a press conference at about 5:10 Eastern. Those times are loose, of course, because of the schedule of the president. If he has a phone call that's an emergency call or he has to take care of something, that's just how it's working. So we kind of roll with the punches in the sense of the live fluid situation that we have here at RSBN Live. So thanks for sticking with us as we get ready to see 2 press conferences coming up with President Trump there at the White House. One in the Oval Office to the right of your screen, and then to the left, the East Room a bit later. So we'll have all of that here for you. To your point, with so much news going on the first half of the day, with all of the confirmation, cloture votes, the great move of RFK Jr. becoming the Secretary of the Health and Human Services. So quite awesome to see all of this come together as it's 1:14. Also, while we await this press conference, why don't we look at the possibility, Director, of even though it was from just a couple of days ago, the Elon Musk thing with Doge. Oh, yes. What an awesome moment at the Oval Office. So maybe we can go to that as we keep a live picture up as we wait for this press conference as well. Let me know if we can do that. It's about 30 minutes long. We won't play the whole thing, but it's still good to hear for that time there. Why don't we also thank a number of sponsors, including RepublicanRed.com, so Republican Red Winery. Robert? take it away with the
Oh, yes.
red blend.
We love this red blend. It is the bold red blend. Of course, there's many shades of red, but this is proudly proclaiming the red wave that took place back in November. So why not enjoy a Wine Wednesday or even with Valentine's Day weekend? It's a nice to toast and pour to the future of America, one glass at a time, joining to give strength to the silent majority. And this family-run operation out of the Central Coast of California, generations have worked on this specific wine, and they know what they're doing. They're true pros. RepublicanRed.com, code RSBN. What's great about this, a portion of the proceeds going to conservative and Republican outlets, so you know your money's going to the right place.
So it's RepublicanRed.com. If you use the RSBN promo code, you'll get a percentage off. And just go ahead and visit the website as well. A lot of great selections on there. And to those of you celebrating tomorrow, of course, who doesn't? Valentine's Day, always good. And my wife told me earlier when she was single, she called it Single Awareness Day. So,
Cheers to that.
but it's all working out.
It's all working itself out.
It's all coming together. And for those of you that are single, keep praying, keep believing, keep working hard. It's going to work out. Trust me. Anyway, so no more dating advice. This is not why you came here to Right Side Broadcasting Network. So some great sponsors there with RepublicanRed.com. Woo! Having fun here on Thursday, February 13th.
Feels like a Friday, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It actually does. It's a sunny skies down here
Right.
in Alabama today. Again, those of you that had to deal with that storm last night in Alabama and all across the country. I mean, I saw the line of storm all the way up to New York and D.C. That was quite the doozy, as they say, with the high winds and the lightning and the thunder and tornado watches and all that. So, yes, some slight damage here and there in our area. Not a lot at all. I mean, just more of tree branches and that kind of thing. But definitely have a backyard to clean coming up this weekend.
Oh yes, but whether it's weather or love, Romans 8:28, we know that
Yeah.
all good comes in due time
Yeah.
because of the love of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior.
Yeah.
And it's something we like to share here on the network. And even if you don't prescribe to it, it's lovely to have you viewing here and watching. And please like, share, and subscribe with all your friends at home who want to see unbridled access to their government, to your government, this people's experiment. Nearly 250 years in the making.
Exactly. So we'll see the people's president here in just a bit as we await this live press conference, as we see a number of live events today here on RSBN Live. Pretty simple statement of a name of a broadcast, but at the end of the day, why make it difficult or confusing? RSBN Live, here we are.
Here we are.
And we're glad to bring you guys as much as we get here from the live feeds. Obviously, a live picture of the White House. We might have a live feed of a picture of the U.S. Capitol as well. And also that video from earlier this week of Elon Musk at the White House, quite awesome, in the Oval Office. We uploaded that to our social pages and our platforms. And a shout out to all of you that are watching on whatever platform you're watching on, and specifically Rumble. Obviously, yesterday it was great to see Chris Pavlovsky, the CEO
Yes.
of Rumble, as part of the new media inside the press briefing room, asking the first question. So again, this isn't just a legacy establishment press. Everybody sits in their seats. No, it's a new day now, thanks to President Trump.
It really is. I mean, you could go right there to that website, whitehouse.gov/newmedia, and they instantly received roughly 10,000 applications. So it's going to be great to see who's going to be sitting in that front row seat to ask Caroline a couple of questions, maybe even the president on occasion when he's in the Brady press room. But it seems as if he has a press conference every other day, whether it's in the air on Air Force One or from the Oval Office or just hanging out with Elon Musk, telling the fake news what they are all about. And they've had to repeat themselves on a number of occasions now, but that's okay. Sometimes you have to repeat it for those who are not understanding of the greatness of this moment.
Exactly. So let's just go back to what President Trump was saying as well about the whole Doge situation, saying, there's billions and billions of dollars being given away illegally. He said that, quote, illegally, and billions of dollars being given away illegally. He said it yesterday after Tulsi Gabbard was sworn in as the Director of National Intelligence. This, as Doge is doing a great job, of course, of getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. So The left wing doesn't like that this is happening. They're like, oh, you're taking money from other countries that for some woke agenda, and that's not who's in office is a woke leader. So, and not only just President Trump, the entire cabinet, the entire staff at the White House, we know that they are America First patriots, literally patriots of this country. Standing with President Trump through all of the lies and all of the crap that happened over the past few years. They have stood with, and so have this network, Right Side Broadcasting Network, and so have you, a majority of the viewers today. So to see the great things happening is just a good feeling for the nation.
Oh yes, very exciting. And yeah, just a couple of items if you haven't caught it yet with the USAID, $2.5 million for electric vehicles in Vietnam, hundreds of millions of dollars to fund irrigation canals, farming equipment, even fertilizer used to support the unprecedented poppy cultivation and heroin production in Afghanistan. You know, that funded terrorists like Al-Qaeda and Taliban and what led to 9/11. So why would our government be supporting these bad people? Hundreds of thousands of meals that went to Al-Qaeda affiliated fighters in Syria. It's nice to feed the bad guys, I guess. I mean, I can't believe that this is happening, but you know, President Trump, Elon Musk, and the rest of the team working diligently to stop all of this.
Exactly. It's nonstop. As you said, it's breakneck pace. It's historic speed and strength. It's all of these things. And back to that point of the message from President Trump on WhiteHouse.gov, but also that speech. He said, in everything we do, his administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. He says, we will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. President Donald Trump on January 20th, 2025. So awesome to have all of this happening for our nation. Again, this is all, as we get the machine oiled, right? An oiled machine of just everything, the gears working well.
Right.
It's going to be nice to see just all of us not having that thought in our mind of ever losing our constitutional rights or having more safety across the country, and maybe be able to have more time to focus on creating something, a great business, or enjoying your time with your family at the park, or just basic life, right?
Right, exactly.
I mean, that's really what this is all about, is getting our quality of life back to what it once was and even better. And then for those nations that don't have that, hopefully the leaders will be voted out and we'll get better leaders at these other countries so everyone can hopefully enjoy as much as they can as we're on this earth.
Right, and not everyone can enrich and take advantage of the government like the Bidens did. And it's becoming more and more evident of that. And President Trump doesn't even like to go back to that topic, but he's mentioned in some of the executive orders. I'd be concerned if I was certain Biden members, especially the former president, because of what he was involved with, because the more of these things being uncovered, the more we realize that this deep globalist state was working for itself and against you, the American people, and actually harming the middle class, claiming that they were doing things for us, but that wasn't the case. So it's good to see this populist governance back in place.
Exactly. And President Trump, of course, being the president of all of this nation, regardless if you are a Democrat, a liberal, or independent, right-wing, moderate, or don't even care, at the end of the day, looking for that unity for this nation. I believe whether if you are a Democrat, and maybe you're starting to say, I might like the Republican thing of what's going on there, regardless if that's happening or not, we all want safety. We all want to have more money. We all want to have freedom, and if we can really unite under those three things and other things, freedom of speech or freedom of religion and on, I think that we really have something really good to happen here in this country.
Oh, yes.
As a nation. Outside of that, we're still seeing President Trump making America great again, and all of these cabinet members working alongside him to close that southern border, to close the northern border. And it's quite awesome to see the Mexican president and then the outgoing Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada still following suit and saying we're going to put personnel along the northern border and the southern border to stop that flow of fentanyl and to stop all of the illegal immigrants from coming in. I remember talking to somebody from Sri Lanka, and I've brought this up before, I want to bring it up one more time, but this person was so happy to be a part of the United States. He had the American flag around him. I remember interviewing him, I believe it was in Iowa, about a year ago, and from Sri Lanka. He was there with 22 family members, they were all legal immigrants. That's great. Yes, right?
Absolutely.
So we just want the crime to stop and want the fentanyl to stop being poured in through the southern border. And you remember, you were talking about this last week, the northern border, that the fact that there are Mexican drug cartels operating in Canada, that according to an executive order from the president.
Right, and that's really remarkable to think about, but it's great that we have these North American partners in order to stop this fentanyl crisis that has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. And now the cartels, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, among others, foreign terrorist organizations President Trump designated with the stroke of his pen. And justice is being brought to those who sought to do harm, and many of those are now down in Guantanamo Bay. So a good thing to see.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of Department of Defense, whether they're photos, still images, or videos of about 4,100 military service members there, whether it's the Army, the U.S. Marines, National Guard, and also those flying in those huge planes, the C-130s and other planes to Guantanamo, those connected to criminal activity. So a lot of great things being done for the country, and we look forward to seeing more of that, just to bring up that law and order and safety for all of us.
Oh, exactly. Something so essential so that you can live your American dream and life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We want to thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting, Tax Network USA, a wonderful organization to turn to so you can settle those back taxes and also make sure you're not overpaying and experiencing the overreach of the IRS. Of course, the last administration putting into place over 80,000 agents who might now go assist at the border with our Marines and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, as President Trump has promised. But go to tnusa.com/RSBN or call 800-357-1415 because the favorite day for the far left is in nearly 2 months. That's April 15th, tax day.
Definitely. So 800-357-1415, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Robert McNeely here as we get ready at the bottom of the hour as we approach the 1:30 mark Eastern Time, of course, Thursday, February 13th. Looking forward to hearing from President Trump. I would not be surprised if the incoming, the Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, I believe he would be there. That's just a guess at this point, but this is all about reciprocal trade and also tariffs. So we'll hear from the president, and then there'll be a press conference right after that. On top of that, there'll be another press conference later in the day at the East Room of the White House. So both wings covered today when it comes to press conferences, on the heels of yesterday's press conference with White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, who really called out the press on some certain stories, narratives that were happening. And that's what we like here, is the common sense kind of, let's not make this confusing.
Right.
It's pretty clear. There's a number of things being spent on other programs, other agendas that have nothing to do with what President Trump and the team want for our nation. The majority of the country voted for President Trump, so therefore, DOJ is going in there and cleaning what has to be cleaned out.
Exactly, especially when it comes to the mention of the Gulf of America. It is the Gulf of America now. That was done officially on Sunday by executive order on Air Force One. So there's going to be this no nonsense anymore, especially when the far left tries to claim that the administration simply wants it to say certain things. No, it's just report the news, report the facts on the ground. That's what we hope to do here for you at Right Side Broadcasting Network live, to bring you all this access and for you to make up your own mind by actually watching these press conferences and watching the nomination processes and watching the U.S. Senate as they vote for these great nominees, including today, Robert F. Kennedy, HHS, Brooke Rollins, the USDA, going on to serve and just waiting in for their swearing-in ceremonies. Well, for Matthew Alvarez, we'll take a quick commercial break right now. Stick with us on the other side as we are 1:30 Eastern in the afternoon looking at the beautiful White House where so much is happening today. Stick with us. We'll see you in a moment.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on Rsbn Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
I'm I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At Rsbn, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching Rsbn, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing Rsbn as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Robert McNeely as we await this great press conference that will happen at the Oval Office. President Trump to speak about reciprocal trade and tariffs. So we'll hear about that. And also, I'm sure a lot of times, of course, the press has off-topic questions. We'll see how far down into that rabbit trail that the president may or may not want to go, depending on today's press conference. But also, we'll hear another press conference from the East Room a bit later today with the Prime Minister of India, Modi.
Yes, that will be a very wonderful meeting. And now, I believe the fourth world leader to come see President Trump at the White House. Of course, Japan and Israel being represented along with the Kingdom of Jordan recently. So it's nice to have friends overseas, and they clearly have these robust relationships. And that's wonderful to see that on the world stage, all showcased by our beautiful White House.
Exactly. All right, so it's 1:33, a lot happening today, of course. We're in the middle of the day in various parts of the country. Of course, only 10:30 out there in the West Coast. Thanks so much for some of you waking up with us and also monitoring everything that we are monitoring here at the network. A lot of live coverage, of course, as the days go on, as we cover everything inside the Beltway and in some cases, America First News, breaking news outside of the Beltway. Speaking of that, on Sunday, President Trump at Daytona 500, great NASCAR race. So a lot of NASCAR fans out there. And of course, the Daytona 500, the big one. It'll be great to see the president there. And he's done that before, and it's just a roar of the crowd when they watch him.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I wonder if he'll be leading the as marshal for the race. Of course, it's the Great American Race, and you could catch that on Sunday, seeing the president do that as he once did. That was really exciting a few years ago when he led the race and the track as the Grand Marshal of this once-in-a-lifetime classic race in NASCAR history.
Exactly. So that pace car with possibly, I guess it would be the Beast, right? That Cadillac and the presidential car. What a cool moment that is when they're driving in the front and all the NASCAR cars are behind them, stock cars just, doing their thing. Always cool to see. A great moment, similar to the Super Bowl the other day, as the crowd cheered very loudly for President Trump, which is great. And again, this is not just a support or a positive light of President Trump. Obviously, we know he's a great guy and he's doing great things for our country. We love truth and common sense, and He stands with the basics of our nation, the Constitution. He doesn't forget the country, the Constitution, or God. And that, according to his speech from January 20th, 2025, saying, "In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God." President Trump saying that on on January 20th. So, yeah, it's just great to see it happen, and at a high gear too. This is really, he's, no pun intended with the NASCAR thing, this is pedal to the metal for the president.
Right, it really is. I mean, it's a breakneck pace, and he's nonstop. And it's good to see that the Senate seems to be in high gear right now with Kennedy being confirmed, Rollins being confirmed, of course, Kash Patel coming out of the Judiciary Committee solely along a party line vote, but that's okay, 12-10, moving to the full Senate. And now we're expecting cloture votes on Howard Lutnick for Commerce and Kelly Loeffler for the Small Business Administration. So very much looking forward to not only this press conference, but Mr. Kennedy being sworn in later today to HHS.
Seeing some news on Breaking 911. They're citing Politico. Breaking 911 is a great place to check out some breaking. But the point is, they're saying that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is considering a run for Senate next year after Senator Tina Smith, the Democrat from Minnesota, announced her retirement. Wow. Like, who cares? You know, the guy's radically left and woke and didn't win. And, you know, let's make Minnesota great again. That was really a state that was going back and forth during the election night there, where we saw, okay, it might go red, it might go blue. Same thing with Virginia a little bit, New Jersey a little closer. But, yeah, let's get it done for Minnesota.
Right, and I think a great way to do that would be Mr. Mike Lindell running for governor now that it will be an open seat.
That's a great point.
I would love to see that and would be very supportive personally. But at least promises made, promises kept, Matthew, for the former vice president and Governor Walz, both saying that they aren't going quietly into the night. So unfortunately, that was the one thing they were honest about.
Yeah, it's just wild to see all of what's happening. Now, we saw that Mitch McConnell voted no on RFK Jr.'s confirmation. We, the people, are voting no on Mitch McConnell at this point. That's just the facts. But we still have to keep, of course, the GOP conference united. I get it. But we talk, you know, real opinions here sometimes at the network, and we have the pro-free speech to do so.
Well, as much as I appreciate Senator McConnell, when he was in the majority leading the caucus to getting great judges and justices confirmed and really helped President Trump with that. They have the same ideology. With that, he's someone who is very too comfortable with that deep state and preserving the Washington establishment as he sees fit. So he did the same thing with Tulsi Gabbard. So both of those votes, 50-48. So we look forward to a MAGA primary against Mitch McConnell. And he's been there too long. And this is not meant to be a career of 36 plus years in the United States Senate. It's supposed to be an institution where you go and serve for a period of time, then you return home and let another neighbor and colleague then go and serve. That's what our founders intended. But this thing of being in Congress for the vast majority of your life is really unneeded and unnecessary at this point. And some of these people, you know, they're going on 40, 50 years serving in our Congress. It doesn't make much sense.
I wouldn't even really call it serving at all, you know, especially if it's a career politician that has the nice desk and a nice chair and some popularity contest thing, and they sit there in these committee meetings. I was actually scrolling through, I think it was Kash Patel's confirmation, the cloture, and also I think it was one of the other people too. And I scrolled through, and I'm looking for, and I want to see Kash talk. And all I see is these people, a number of them that are against Kash. So just imagine that. You're scrolling on Rumble or YouTube, and you're looking, and you never find Kash because these guys are talking all the time. It's like, guys, this is common sense stuff. We want to see Kash Patel as the director of the FBI. President Trump appointed it. The people voted for President Trump, and that should be what we see here. Now, before we get to American financing, I just want to highlight a White House X post from just the other day. They were highlighting what Elon Musk said. Elon said, quote, "The people voted for major government reform, and that is what the people are going to get." So Elon Musk being highlighted by the White House on the X page, and it's great to see that right there.
Oh, yes. No, he is truly a public servant, just like President Trump is. And that meme circulating through Truth, through X and Facebook, among other social media accounts, you might have seen it with them in the Oval Office together, saying the most famous man in the world with the richest man in the world, taking the time out of their lives to save our country.
I just don't get why the left-wing leadership we're talking here hates success so much. There's nothing wrong with someone making a ton of money in America. We're allowed to do that.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with being famous, especially if you're doing it for the right reasons, like President Trump. I mean, he already was famous. He didn't need extra.
Oh, exactly.
And then
His headache.
and then he went through, he was okay, so I could see that. If he ran and won and as the 45th president, did all these great things, and then the lawfare and all these terrible things happened,
Right.
if he was in it for just the fame, he would have dropped out. He would have said, okay, that was
yeah.
cool. Let me go shake, Barack's hand and George Bush's hand. No, he doesn't. He's not that guy. He ran again, and he did it for the country. I mean, that's just awesome.
And nearly lost his life as a result. Besides the fake impeachments and all of the lawfare and the investigations and the harassment against him and his family. And as he said, too, Don Jr. and Eric, probably the most subpoenaed people in history at this point, trying to devalue the wonderful things that their company has done for the American people and for the world. And just making these made-up cases, this lawfare, to go after them for no reason because they're afraid of the reforms that they're bringing to the country. And I thought about it yesterday. 3 former Democrats at the swearing-in of Tulsi Gabbard to being DNI. Of course, she was a Democrat. Pam Bondi was once a Democrat. President Trump was once a Democrat. So this is a bipartisan coalition to make America great again. Not sure what Tulsi's husband was, but another handsome man, as President Trump puts it. And he doesn't like it when those good-looking guys come around him. And I always love, again, that truth in comedy and the jovial nature he has. Because I think there's a lot of hope and optimism, even in his own right, day out and day in. He is under so much stress, but he seems to be Teflon Don, like always.
Well, it's good. He calls the shots and gets the job done, and he does it through that truth delivery and comedy, which, as you guys know at home, when you have, first of all, a belly laugh, you always need to have a good belly laugh, but also just laughter and just that lightness of what we would desire as people. I mean, the Bible says that laughter or humor is medicine to the heart or to the soul. I mean, talk about, you deal with whatever you deal with in life, you got to overcome it, right? You got to keep going, but man, you got to laugh. And that's what's interesting about President Trump. He goes through all these crazy things that happened over the past 4 years, but he would still joke about it. Like, how in the world do you do that? He's mastered something, and that's why he is the 47th Commander-in-Chief and the most famous person on earth.
Yes, and that's why we like to thank our also famous sponsors at this network. American Financing. Americans are still having troubles around the kitchen table, and some of us have really high credit card debt, something the administration is also hoping to tackle in the next coming weeks and days, most likely, because they move so fast. But credit card balances charge us 20% or more on average each and every month. That's just crazy. So think about saving an average of $800 per month. And homeowners, if you've been waiting to figure out how to get your finances in order, American Financing is your go-to professionals to call today. There's no obligation to it. Saving that kind of money every month can make a decision very easy in regards to other financial calls you have to make for you and your family. So if you start today, you might be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. That could be $1,600 of savings within 2 months. Call American Financing now. 888-402-0299. That's 888-402-0299. AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN.
And other headlines we're following as we await this press conference there at the White House, which I did see some posts on various social media that it's happening very soon. The cameras are in there, so as soon as we get that feed, we'll go there as well. Representative Anna Paulina Luna announced that Federal Secrets Declassification Task Force earlier this week, which will declassify government secrets, including JFK, RFK, and MLK assassinations, also the Epstein files, and documents about UFOs, the 9/11 files, the COVID documents and files. I mean, that's a lot of investigations and specifics into things that are now it's not so taboo to be like, okay, let's not talk about those things.
Right.
Oh, it's being opened for the world to see, as is DOJ and what they're doing for uncovering all of this fraud and abuse, as the president calls it.
Oh, yes. It's really exciting to see that breaking yesterday with Congressman Comer from Kentucky. And I've had the privilege, actually, to work for a brief period of time with Anna Paulina Luna at Turning Point USA. She is extraordinary, and she is a warrior and a great fighter, a true blue MAGA one of the first to really be part of the movement. So I'm thrilled to see what she will do, a veteran herself in her own right, and just a true warrior. Another one of those, like Kristi Noem. She looks really sweet and is a very sweet, wonderful, warm person, but she's tough as nails. So don't let the the pretty looks and the sweet demeanor mean that she can't throw that right hook, because she can. And I'm excited to see this new committee.
We actually have the video from Elon Musk and the president at the Oval Office uploaded. We also have that Representative Anna Paulina Luna announcement from earlier in the week uploaded. You should see how she handles the press there. And I said to Robert when we were watching, it was like zing. It was perfect. And that's what we're seeing. President Trump and his team somehow saw all of the talent of all of these people and made sure that they were not establishment, that they were straight up for our country, and handpicked them for these various departments. This is going to be quite awesome over the next 4 years, and hopefully it will just do so many great things in this country that it will just carry over into the next term and the next term. Speaking of the future, 2026, and you referred to this earlier, the 250th birthday of this great country about to happen. I know it's July of next year, but it's going to be awesome. It's at the Iowa State Fairgrounds. President Trump had that part of Agenda 47. He actually said in one of those policies that this is going to happen at the Iowa State Fairgrounds. What a great spot for it. Shout out to the Iowa caucus, a great win, of course, for President Trump back in the day. New Hampshire, the primary, Nevada, and on. I mean, he shocked the world again.
He did. Greatest political comeback in modern American history, if not the greatest political comeback in history. I mean, it really was something. When you think about 4 years ago right now, we were really down and out on our luck, back against the ropes for a number of us. And you know what? I think about the CPAC I attended 2021 during this period of time. It was in Florida. We were at a Hyatt, I believe, and it was the first time they took it out of Maryland, because literally everything was shut down. We couldn't be in D.C. So it was fun to go to the Sunshine State where freedom was living strong, and President Trump came out to speak, and even before he announced his reelection, Jim Jordan, I believe, was his very first endorsement, and introduced him for the keynote at that CPAC of 2021 and said, we need President Trump back in the Oval Office. And I'll never forget that moment. That was a great speech of President Trump just saying, look at how awful the Biden administration has been in 30 days, but never fear, something good will happen. And again, at that time, he was saying, we will be back in one form or another, and then really sharp on all those key policy issues. So this has been an incredible moment, an incredible movement over the last decade, and in a lot of ways, we're just getting started.
Exactly. You know, President Trump on Air Force One recently saying, quote, we're looking at all the corruption taking place, shifting as we talk about Doge a little bit. The whole country looks like a fraud, the president said. What Elon and the Doge team has found is, quote, unbelievable. Next up is looking at the spending with the Department of Education and in the military. Not against the actual service members of our great military, and as it becomes even greater under President Trump's leadership and the Secretary of Defense. But when it came to the woke leadership that was, most likely mishandling funds as well. But we'll see what happens. We're not going to get ahead of ourselves, but Doge is going to look into that as well at the military. President Trump saying the government has not functioned properly in many years. And then, of course, on Truth Social, he would say a lot of things about the billions of dollars of fraud and waste and abuse has already been found in the investigation of our incompetently run government. So, we're seeing just from the financial sector alone. And I'm to be honest with you, I'm surprising myself in some of the commentary here, is because I've always been straight up just about the First Amendment, like our constitutional rights. But now that we have President Trump in office, and now that we have great cabinet leaders, it's not as much of a concern at this point. We still have to be smart, though, because there are other nations that do want to have that control over the people and make them do what they want them to do and all that crap.
Right.
But it's great to be able to be free of that kind of thought now.
Yes.
And now to see the next levels of what the president's doing with his team.
Right. It's a trust but verify, and this administration really bringing the power back to you, the American people. And that's why I'll call him the people's president and the federalist president, because he believes in the Bill of Rights so much so that you sometimes forget about the 10th Amendment, states' rights. I mean, the fact that you have Linda McMahon being questioned now at the Health and Labor Pension subcommittee here, or actually full committee hearing regarding health and education, labor, and pensions, she wants to end this Department of Education. I mean, I can't think of a lot of people who would go into a secretary role in order to bring more power back to the people. I mean, that's kind of, I know, right? But I mean, I mean, Ronald Reagan spoke on it even before he was president. For Barry Goldwater, that famous 1964 RNC speech, the Rendezvous with Destiny, saying the longest thing we'll see on earth is perhaps the closest thing to eternal life is a government program, especially at the federal level. And they are taking a bulldozing approach to this, appropriately so, and something that does not harm the well-being even of federal workers. They are willingly walking away because they don't want to be part of something that is more fair to the American people. Clearly, there has been this deep entrenched swamp for too long now. And, you know, the Department of Education, that's something Ronald Reagan wanted to get done in eliminating it. Even he wasn't able to accomplish that. So I'm excited to see what this White House will do, and I think they'll be able to capitalize on that.
Exactly. Government of, for, and by the people. You know, I've referred to a Charlie Kirk Truth Social post a few times, but I'm going to refer to it again for those of you just joining us or haven't been staying tuned with us here at Rsbn Live. Charlie Kirk on Truth Social the other day saying, when we the people voted for President Trump, we voted for Elon Musk and Doge, RFK Jr. and Make America Healthy Again, Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth. We, the people, or we, it says here, voted for a robust chief executive of the country and his team, not a deep state bureaucracy guarded by legacy media, rogue intel agencies, and activist judges. This is one of the best posts I've ever seen from Charlie Kirk. Obviously, he has a lot of great posts out there, but that is exactly what's going on.
Yeah, 100%. It really is the case of what's been happening, and Charlie hits it right on the head every time. So we are upcoming with President Trump waiting to hold a press conference soon at the White House here, 8 minutes to 2 o'clock on the East Coast. It's still morning on that golden coast of California.
Exactly. Let's go to freetrumpbook.com, another great sponsor here at the network. As soon as we see that live feed start, we'll go there live. But Mike Huckabee, of course, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, great person, great former governor of Arkansas, having an awesome show out there in Tennessee and Arkansas as well, also creating some awesome books. So freetrumpbook.com. And I see a Christmas ornament there, and it snowed recently in the South, as some of you guys know. And I said to my wife, I said, you know what, why don't we get out the Christmas cookies again, watch a Christmas movie just because we feel like it. But she laughed at me. But anyway, so freetrumpbook.com, the content in these books, A+.
A+. I mean, Kid's Guide to the Courage of the President and the Kid's Guide to President Trump, you will not find maybe in other schools. You know, perhaps if they're discussing that there, I don't know. I don't have children myself, so I'd be excited to see what some of the curriculum was, and some of it's been downright scary, as you know, with those parents in Virginia having to deal with all of those issues over the last few years with their school boards. But freetrumpbook.com sets the record straight, answers the questions as to why did President Trump run for office in the first place? What are his policies? What is Make America Great Again? What is Make America Healthy Again? So a great guide for your kids and those ornaments. And I gotta say, Christmas time, it's always good throughout the year if you want to pop that movie on or enjoy some hot cocoa and cookies. But let me tell you, also a great gift for those neighbors who might have their heads in the sand still. Every once in a while you run into people and it's like, do you live under a rock?
But it's a great book there, of course, a number of them. freetrumpbook.com. It's 1:54 Eastern. So what we're seeing now is, I believe that the reciprocal tariffs press conference is underway. Don't yell at us, because here's the point. It's not a live feed that's sent to any of the networks. So what's happening is it's getting recorded at this moment. As soon as we get that feed, we will replay it to you. So again, this is RSBN Live. We're flowing with whatever we're getting here when it comes to live feeds and or replays. So you'll have that in its entirety. And to the point I was making earlier, Howard Lutnick, the Department of Commerce Secretary is standing to the left of the president. So I'm watching this from Margot Martin, who is also a part of the president's team. So that's why I'm seeing this video here, also on Breaking 911. So again, we'll be airing that as soon as possible. Also, if we could take a live look at the White House. Also, Director, do we have any word on the replay back to us so we can show it to the people that are tuning in, of course, to watch this press conference at 1:55 now Eastern Time. Again, later today as well, the East Room press conference with the Prime Minister of India, Modi. That'll happen here on the network as well. So if we can get any guidance from our producers and directors, that'd be great. In the meantime, we're going to hold down the fort until that replay is ready to go here on the network.
Yes, an exciting time for the American people, and to really use these tariffs, promises made, promises kept, to make this a more robust economy, a more fair economy. And we saw that in the first term, something that was completely abandoned by the last administration with globalist policies that they were enacting. But President Trump moving up those tariffs on aluminum to 25%, of course, steel at that same rate of 25%. He's temporarily suspended tariff threats on Canada and Mexico because they've been cooperating at the border, whether that's in the form of troops or in the form of combating the Mexican cartels with finances as well, because we know hundreds of thousands have died from fentanyl poisoning. We think about Laken Riley, pray for her family and for her rest on a regular basis. President Trump signing into law the Laken Riley Act. That was the first bill he did sign, flanked by family members and Congressman Mike Collins of Georgia, who got that through the House, Katie Britt of the Senate, who got that in a bipartisan fashion done with 12 additional Democrat senators for their version of that bill. So many people who have been harmed by illegal migration in the last several years, and President Trump really getting to the bottom of it and securing that border, and that will continue to be done on a daily basis.
Exactly, and that's the thing. There's 4,100 service members of the military that are down at the southern border right now, along with 10,000 Mexican troops, according to the president of that country, and then about 10,000 personnel at the northern border from Canada. So the reason why there's so much of a focus on Canada outside of the whole 51st state talk and the trade and the tariffs and all that is because the executive order that the president signed a while ago about a national emergency on the southern border, there was also an EO about the fact that there are drug cartels from Mexico operating inside Canada and bringing down the fentanyl and other things that are going on there. That according to the president and the White House. So, and we know that the Mexican drug cartel is now identified by the president as a terrorist organization. So that is at the same level of, in the sense of under the same umbrella of ISIS and Hamas and Hezbollah and others. So right. That's quite interesting, that move there. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. But it is really, really great to see our Army, our Marines, National Guard, and some even from the state police or the state of Texas down there with Customs and Border Protection, down there securing that southern border, stopping that flow of illegal immigrants.
Yes, thank God for that, because these people have literally been uncuffed. There's no pun intended, whether it be our military or our police officers at the federal, state, and local level to keep America safe. And it's been such a relief. We know that President Trump on the campaign getting overwhelmingly, I think 100% of different police and police union organizations across the country. So many of those endorsements pouring in almost seemed on a daily basis, and so many police officers who would flank him in support during the campaign and at the many stops we went to when we were on the road following the campaign.
Exactly, and that was quite the campaign trail. I was joking, I think it was election night, with Robert and Christina Loren, who are here, talking about they had millions of miles of airline points because they traveled to so many states covering the campaign trail, as did many at the network. And it was great to see that, because we interviewed we the people.
Oh yes.
It was all about all of us together. You know, it wasn't a separation between us and people. We're all in this thing together. And it was awesome to hear all of the talking points from the actual citizens of our nation. And that's what is cool to see, really, that shift. Yeah, I could even sense it in my mind, just that shift of going from the government bureaucracy and too much government to back to we the people, of, by, and for the people. As yesterday, of course, Abraham Lincoln's birthday, and saying that at the Gettysburg Address, that the people that died, the soldiers, they didn't die in vain.
Right.
They didn't die in vain to keep this country together and to keep the Constitution as the law of the land. And that's what I think is one of the main things we love about the president, is that he is not forgetting our country, the Constitution, and our God. It's 2 o'clock. For Robert McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll be right back as soon as we get that live feed into the White House. Whether it's a replay or not, we're still going to give it to you. As soon as we get it, it's 2 o'clock. We'll be right back.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on Rsbn Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed, because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At Rsbn, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching Rsbn, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing Rsbn as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Welcome back to RSBN Live. It is 2:02 p.m. Eastern Time. Just in from the White House Communications Office, we have an update on what we're going to see today. We're still going to see the executive orders and the situation where we're hearing the press conference about the reciprocal tariffs. So we're looking forward to that feed. Also, it looks like the president will participate in the swearing-in ceremony for the Secretary of Health and Human Services, RFK Jr. That is going to be at the Oval Office. And then from there, the president will meet with the Prime Minister Modi of India. So 3 items that we're looking at here. The question is, and we have to remember this, I was saying to Robert kind of jokingly, remember when we covered all the rallies and it was live and we'd have commentary, whether here at the studio or out there in the field, interviewing people. And if the president was scheduled to speak at 3 o'clock, sometimes it was 4:30. So it's similar to that, what we're seeing right now, just covering the president over the past 3 weeks straight here at the network, is sometimes it is later than the time that is announced. So it's just all of us have to stay patient together as we cover the White House, because at the end of the day, he's not going to cater to us at the time of whatever time it is that it's supposed to happen. If he's got something to take care of, whether it's talking to cabinet members, talking to staff, at the end of the day, we have to just obviously wait until it actually happens. So thanks for your patience. Trust me, I want to be at that press conference just like you do too, but it's not there yet. And we'll send it to you as soon as we get it. But also, how cool will it be when we see RFK Jr. being sworn in? President Trump will participate in that. And then we'll also be able to have the footage of the Prime Minister of India in that press conference. and also when they talk in the Oval Office. So we have a lot of
Right.
coverage, a lot of live coverage, and some recorded, because that's just the way it's fed in as you take a live look at the U.S. Capitol building right now.
Which so much has happened there today. The Brooke Rollins vote to head the USDA, of course, RFK Jr. to head DHS, and Howard Lutnick, who we saw some of the video coming in from the White House. He is with President Trump in the Oval currently, and there will be a cloture vote for his nomination to go to that final vote to the floor, and also for Kelly Loeffler for Small Business Administrator. And what a wonderful time for this country, including Kash Patel.
Yeah.
The 12-10 party line vote. He is out of committee, out of the judiciary, which was, I think, the biggest hurdle in a lot of senses, given the way the Democrats were just trying to eviscerate his reputation and saying the most terrible things about him, including ranking member Dick Durbin. But I'll just mention what Chairman Grassley had said, the President pro tempore of the United States Senate and chair of the Judiciary Committee. Mr. Patel has undergone a rigorous vetting. Before his hearing, he produced more than 1,000 pages of records and disclosed over 1,000 interviews. He underwent an FBI background investigation, produced a financial disclosure, worked with ethics officials to identify and resolve potential conflicts of interest. At this hearing alone, he answered questions for more than 5 hours and provided 147 pages of responses to written answers. We've examined every detail of his life, and he's been subjected to relentless attack on his character the whole time, something these Democrats seem to enjoy doing. I remember Senator Kamala Harris back in 2018 trying to destroy the reputation of now Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh right in front of his family. It was so egregious and rude, and the badgering of the witness, this kind of line of questioning has to stop. On top of that, Senator Grassley just mentioning the amazing experience and the resume that Kash Patel has. If he was not working with then Congressman Devin Nunes, the CEO of True Social, we would not have known about Crossfire Hurricane, the Russia hoax, and the Steele dossier. They revealed it. You might have read Lee Smith's book, The Plot Against the President. There was an effort by our intelligence community to overthrow a duly elected president of the United States.
And that
should have never happened in America.
Exactly, and that's what everybody's saying. They want the director of the FBI to be Kash Patel. It's simple as that. Let's move on, and
Right.
let's get the job done. And
Exactly.
that's what we're seeing with the Attorney General Pam Bondi at this conference yesterday, the press conference at the DOJ, saying no more of these green light immigration laws in New York State. And just to review, if I follow up my notes correctly here from just yesterday, it was all about various things like that the state would inform an illegal alien if a federal official, immigration official, was requesting their information. The state would let an illegal immigrant know that the federal immigration official is looking for their information. That was actually, and is actually a green light law in New York. And the AG Bondi saying that is, quote, unconstitutional, and it's allowing immigrants just to be able to move freely and come to the country and come to New York. And I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, at the beginning of the country, yes, there was a number of people that showed up, but now that we have a country, now you have to have a border because we don't know who the people are coming in anymore. So it's like you got to figure out who's who. So and we've seen so much crime in the fentanyl happening, and it's just terrible to see.
It's literally in violation of Section 8 of U.S. Code 1324. You cannot harbor an illegal alien. It's a felony, punishable of up to 1 year in prison, if not more, pending a case before a jury of your peers or a judge. And then at the same time, Bill Clinton on the campaign trail in Georgia wearing his camouflage Harris Waltz hat, which was kind of laughable in and of itself that they were actually sportsmen of the word, because we know how anti-Second Amendment both candidates were. But President Clinton mentioning that if they would have vetted the person who raped and killed, murdered Laken Riley, this wouldn't even be a talking point. I mean, the preventable crime that took place over the course of the last 4 years, so sad that these families are reeling from this because they don't have their loved ones at the table because of fentanyl or because of the actions of very violent migrants. And many of them are now gone, thanks be to God, in Guantanamo Bay or to their country of origin.
Exactly, and some countries taking them back. And to your point, you've said before, these are preventable crimes.
Right, 100% they are.
All right, so it's 2:09. You see a live look there at the U.S. Capitol building. Also, we have a live picture outside the White House as well as we get ready to see a press conference about reciprocal trade. As soon as we get that replay, we'll show it to you. Also, hearing reports directly from the White House Communications Office that the president will participate in a swearing-in ceremony for the Secretary of Health and Human Services, of course, RFK Jr. And then later, the president will meet with the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, Narendra Modi, of course. They'll have a bilateral meeting together, and then there'll be a press conference following that. Now, there are specific times on this email, but at the end of the day, the times will not be reflecting what's happening because it's already 2:10 p.m. So what we're doing is we're going to have to flow with it here. You're going to have to be patient with us as we are obviously wanting to show you every ounce of live feeds or replays from inside the Beltway there. And we will show that to you, whether it's right here on the live channel, Rsbn Live. We can also upload it on Rumble and YouTube, but we would only do that when we're not live here, if you follow what I'm saying. So we'll only upload those various things that I just talked about to Rumble and YouTube and other places if for some reason we're not live right here at the desk. But it's 2:11, and I like Robert McNeely, so we're going to be good.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Yeah, we actually really love working together, if you can't tell, so that helps a moment, to get through the big hours of all the breaking news coming out of the Beltway for you, the American people. And a programming note, if you're just joining us, that's what we are here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. You may be familiar with all those rallies, and we hope there's more. We're not so sure with President Trump, being in office now, changes a little bit of the aspect of what was on the campaign. But regardless, Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, we've had 2 rallies so far this year, maybe more in the near future. President Trump surely loves to get out there and see the American people.
So earlier in the week, we had RSBN host Christina Loren join us live. We're working on also getting RSBN host Megan Kohler on the program. And on Friday, should we let the information out on Friday?
I think we can,
which is tomorrow,
make this breaking news at 2:12 in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time. We'll have the one you've been waiting for. She'll be at CPAC. It's been a little bit of time away, but we're excited to have, again, Ashley Brassfield live from the Gulf of America. Looking forward to her coverage, and she'll talk a little bit about what she's excited about regarding CPAC coming up.
Exactly. So that's tomorrow on RSBN Live. We'll be going to the Gulf of America. Almost jealous of the live reporting that she's going to be able to do down there because it's going to be cool. Just put your feet in the water and say, I'm in the Gulf of America.
Right. It's going to be a beautiful day down. The forecast looks very nice in the Panhandle. So excited to have Ashley back on and excited to work with her and Christina next week in beautiful National Harbor, Maryland for CPAC. That's going to be something not to be missed, and we hope those viewing are actually attending as well. It's a great homecoming for the conservative movement.
Exactly. So it's 2:13 on the East Coast. Thanks so much for joining us live on the network here. We might be able to get Carla Sands or John Strand on the line here as we are extending coverage at this point because we know that the press conference was slated for some time ago, but at the end of the day, the president doesn't run by RSBN's programming. He runs by his situation where when it's time to run a press conference or have a speech, we'll just cover it as it happens, regardless of the times that we're seeing. We do know, though, today a number of things are going to happen. The president signs executive orders in the White House. The reciprocal trade press conference with Howard Lutnick, the Department of Commerce Secretary, there with him. He'll also participate in a swearing-in ceremony for RFK Jr., and then the president will meet the Prime Minister of the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, and then there will be a press conference a bit later in the East Room of the White House. So all of those items of live coverage and replays we're going to have as much as we can right here on RSBN Live, and if not for some reason, we will also post it on Rumble, on YouTube, so you can definitely check it out, and sometimes on Truth Social and on X. So there's a lot of ways to catch up with us, and our app as well, the RSBN app. So a lot going on there. And making a mistake there saying the Prime Minister of Israel, it's because there's been so many world leaders visiting the White House. I mean, 4 of them so far in about a week and a half.
And very crucial people. We have the Prime Minister Ishiba of Japan, of course, the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, and of course His Majesty King Abdullah II here this week as well. And now with the Prime Minister of India, it will be just a wonderful time with allies and influential governments throughout the world too. I mean, high in GDPs, large economies, great influence, large militaries as well as very dangerous weapons. But each one of these players in the world are surrounded by those who want to do extreme harm to the United States and our allies. So good to meet with them for a number of reasons, not only for bilateral trade, but also for the security and independence of the free world.
Exactly. Moving on to one of our great sponsors here at the network, Colonial Metals Group. Of course, an urgent retirement warning. Even as President Trump stands up to China, we're told billionaires, of course, are fleeing Wall Street. Warren Buffett actually dumped $133 billion in stocks. But we trust the experts, of course, at Colonial Metals Group to give you all the information you need through this free gold guide as well. Now, all you have to do is go to freegoldguide.com and then call 888-705-0950 for your free gold guide. And also, you can learn how to bulletproof your IRA and 401k with gold, and it's all tax-free. Pretty awesome stuff.
Oh, yeah, it's a wonderful organization, of course. We talk to the wonderful CEO on a regular basis. He'll be here tomorrow, Paul Stone. So freegoldguide.com/RSBN, or scan that QR code right now to shield your savings. And also, it's important to listen to experts like Warren Buffett, like Mr. Stone himself as well, and get this guide that's really no obligation to you and your family. Just shows you the options, and you'll see on the inside of that the great patrons who have endorsed this extraordinary company.
Exactly. So it's freegoldguide.com/RSBN, an awesome sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And, we look at some of the handouts that we're going to have at CPAC, by the way, to watch RSBN Live. It's just going to be an awesome time there at CPAC as you and our crew, you interview a number of great people. And then, of course, President Trump to speak there as well, as he's spoken there. I think this is his third year in a row, maybe fourth. I don't know. I've lost track at this point.
Now, I can even remember back in 2011, I don't think he did necessarily consecutive years, but when there were just a handful of people in there, and he really gave his thoughts on the current status of the American government, our role in the world, and really criticizing Barack Obama's terrible policies. And I think in and of that moment is when President Trump really, that flip finally switched up, and he said, I'm going to do this. And I want to say it was that time, if you can remember that White House press briefing when Barack Obama was making fun of him. And I don't think President Trump really cared for it, nor did many conservative Americans, because it was that lambasting of, grab your guns, grab your Bibles, kind of like these people don't matter. And President Trump had it at that point. Of course, he was a private citizen on The Apprentice at the time, running a glorious company in the Trump Organization. And I think that was really what turned on those keys and, no pun intended, hit that gas. We have the Daytona 500 coming up on Sunday, and President Trump got on that track to become the 45th and 47th president of the United States. But who's remained consistent since the 1980s and all those talk shows, whether it's Phil Donahue or Oprah, it was President Trump talking about countries manipulating their currencies and how he's tired of America being put last by its politicians.
That's exactly what's been happening over the years, but we have a new day in America, of course, as the 47th Commander-in-Chief. We'll be having this press conference here in just a bit, as we'll replay that to you as soon as we get it. Also, we're seeing so many great things happen across the nation. And of course, we interviewed Sean Parnell here a while ago, and I believe it was in Pennsylvania one time. It might have been you might have interviewed him.
Yes, no, Sean's been fantastic in person and, of course, from our studios here in Auburn.
Right, so he's from the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area, and actually Sean recently announced as the Department of Defense chief spokesperson. So reaching out to him now to see if he'd like to join us live, as again, so many great things happening at the department because of the leadership of President Trump and Pete Hegseth, and because we see the troops on our border,
right,
stopping the flow of illegal immigrants coming across. So great to see that. Also, we have a long list of people here we could reach out to right now on the fly, as obviously it's extended coverage. and we're looking forward to seeing this press conference here in a little bit. But to see people like Lee Smith on the network before, and Tommy Tuberville and Eli Crane, great patriots across the board. At the end of the day, it's keeping that true narrative going. And I think that's one thing that the left-wing mainstream media, they always like to keep the truth hidden.
Right.
They don't want to share with the common sense Americans of what's going on out there. And that's not what you're going to see here at this network. We're going to always be able to bring you what is common sense, true, and based in the Constitution. And it's great to have that opportunity to do that, because on the left wing, we've had years and years and years, decades of the great looking set or anchor or whatever, but then they'd be spewing, they'd be lying to you. They'd just be lying to you left and right. So it's good to be on the other side of history, the right side of history here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Yes, it really is. And there's a live shot for you, the White House, a beautiful day in Washington, D.C. Looks like that snow has melted. A couple of nights ago when Mark Fogel returned home, that was a beautiful sight on the South Lawn where Marine One comes and goes to pick up and drop off the president. But of course, Steve Witkoff coming back from Russia with Mr. Fogel, and what a successful moment that was, and great coverage by you, Matthew, in and of the moment. Special, very emotional to see 11 hostages now returned from various countries because of President Trump's leadership.
No, it's been great. That was awesome seeing Mark Fogel return here, and that live coverage from the other night, seeing that moment where the American detainee sentenced to 14 years, something that's not even close to what would happen here. It's barely a misdemeanor. Anyway, so he embraces President Trump, and what a great moment to see that here live on the network as well. And that's the thing. We'll have those live various moments that happen where you don't hear our voices. You kind of just hear what's going on there. And I think that a lot of you are appreciating that kind of coverage. There are times for commentary when needed, but we're not. We don't need to talk over President Trump. We don't need to talk over anybody, especially in those kind of moments too.
Right.
Somebody reached out to me the other day and said that one of the other networks on mainstream side, the host kept talking during the moment of when President Trump and Mark Fogel were together, and it's like, guys, just stop.
Right. Oh, that's a special moment. I mean, they cracked open a beer for him. He had the American flag wrapped around his shoulders. 3.5 years in a Russian prison, and they gave us a slight glimpse of what took place. President Trump really did not go into detail about what was spoken with President Putin, but Mark Fogel, very gracious, saying that thank you to President Putin for allowing this release as well, very diplomatic, but saying he was in this Russian hospital where experiments happened. He had 400 injections himself over the course of time. It gives me goosebumps thinking, what did they inject an American citizen with? Those natural questions that come about, but he looked good, and President Trump saying, you look great, considering a stressful, few years. And of course, he has a 95-year-old mother who is going to speak at J13th, the attempted assassination on President Trump. Of course, that was cut short because of what took place that day. So we didn't hear from her directly, but President Trump met with her on several occasions and said, sir, please, if you get into office, please get my son back. And this is a man, a middle school teacher, I believe, and someone who teaches the classics. So he went around the world, actually, many times, teaching American history and the English language, among other subjects, abroad and locally. Someone from Minnesota, so Mr. Mike Lindell's neck of the woods. And extraordinarily jovial. Nice to see Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who was there with Steve Witkoff. They were probably the two most essential in the negotiations outside of President Trump. Speaker Mike Johnson, of course, Senator McCormick from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and Chairman Brian Mast, who you saw earlier today, Congressman from Florida, also in attendance to welcome them. Sadly, no Democrats were in the diplomatic room to say hello. It would have been nice to have that, but I'm sure they were busier doing other things.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Complaining.
Yeah, complaining and yelling outside at various press conferences that Doge is this and that, and President Trump and Elon Musk, and that ship has sailed. The people are not really listening. Even Democrat, and liberals across the country that are not woke and radical, like some of these leaders are on the left wing of the Democrat Party, who keep trying to call out that what Elon's doing is not right. Like, you have to cut down on the fraud and the waste and the abuse there when it comes to money, our tax dollars. Everybody that's watching this right now, your tax dollars getting sent to other countries to pay for policies or agendas or meetings all about woke, this and that. We need to just keep our dollars to where is America first at the end of the day. So Linda McMahon also on Breaking 911 earlier saying it's not working. The Department of Education was set up in 1980, and since that time, we have spent almost $1 trillion, and we have watched our performance scores continue to go down. Linda McMahon, the former small business administrator, now a Department of Education secretary, all of these people, again, this is like the all-star team that President Trump, as the captain of the team, you know how in hockey or in football there's that C on there? Well, Commander-in-Chief captain is the C that President Trump's wearing, and he's bringing in an all-star cast that are people that are really not woke and with it and are common sense leaders. It's great to see it.
Oh, it really is wonderful. Nice to have the family there too. Paul Levesque, you might know him better as Triple H, the great wrestler. He actually married Stephanie McMahon, so Linda's daughter, so he's the son-in-law. They're there together right over her left shoulder, and then her son as well to her right, Shane McMahon as well. So a family business, the WWE, if you're a wrestling fan as we are. I mean, you got to see the legendary Hulk Hogan.
That's true. And I wish we can replay that video. I know, guys, we'd have to go into the archives, and we have a lot of live streams today, so it might not be today to do that. But Hulk Hogan, it was awesome to meet him.
American icon.
He was in Alabama, and he was talking about the Real American Beer, his product that he's selling. But it was great to run into Hulk and to have him say great things about President Trump and also Right Side Broadcasting Network, saying that we are not going with the mainstream narrative, the false narrative of what's happening.
Right.
And it was great to see that. So if you really want to see that video, you're going to have to go all the way to @Matthew Alvarez on the Truth Social page. And hopefully your thumb isn't tired because you got to scroll, but it's in there and you can watch it.
I might go look today and I'll put up to the
there
top
you go.
of mine
Maybe we'll repost it or something.
Do a retweet.
Because you actually quoted my post, I think.
I think I did on that. That was really wonderful. But you want to play a quick, fun little role play here. Let's pretend you're someone like Adam Schiff. Okay,
no, I can't do that.
Okay. Well, I was just going to.
Sorry, not happening.
I was going to ask you if you are, Senator Schiff. Why are you so woke?
Yeah, no.
It doesn't matter why you're woke.
There you go.
I want to do a little bit.
I should have asked you then to roll up with that because no thanks.
So a little bit of World Wrestling Entertainment for you there. But.
Yeah, definitely. No, it was great, and that's what's awesome about this whole thing that you see, even here at Right Side. I mean, never would we have thought that President Trump would be also comedic and entertaining, even though he gets the job done and talks seriously at various speeches and rallies. Never would you have laughed so much at a political event before. So he's got the skills. I mean, that's what's happening. But it's great in mainstream media in the sense of they are always so stuffy and this is the news. Those days are gone. Those days are gone. We are going to be as real as we can with you guys because that's what I believe you guys want is a genuine people like us. But also that's why you voted for President Trump, an outsider, not somebody that was always the establishment. So we're totally going against that false narrative. So it's kind of fun to do that. And it's also fun to talk about mypillow.com. So let's talk about MyPillow.
Yes, and talk about a real guy with a mega sale. Mr. Mike Lindell out of Minnesota selling some great items, over 2,000 that can nearly go for 80% off of that website if you haven't been. Highly recommend the My Pillows, the My Slippers, also the My Coffee in the Morning to get your day started right. He has these Giza Dream Sheets that were incredible from the Mediterranean Sea. So a gentleman who has really mastered getting a good night's rest, and I think that's really the motivation and the fuel behind the great energy that he has to fight for this movement. 800-836-7566 or mypillow.com/RSBN. You get the replica of my cross. How fantastic is that? The same cross that Mr. Lindell wears every day. Save 30% on that, or the My Towels for $29.98 for a 6-pack, or the Flannel Sheets. How about $44.98 for that? But always a great deal at this site, mypillow.com/RSBN. And breaking news that Governor Walz might be running for the U.S. Senate. There's an open seat there, Mr. Lindell. think you'd be a great governor of Minnesota.
You know, and if the coverage that we've had in Minnesota for various rallies, whenever Mike Lindell would walk in, whether it's Minnesota or anywhere across the country, the crowd would be on their feet and cheering loud. A great patriot to this country and a great story of hope and overcoming challenges through his faith in Jesus, but also just the fact that he's so conservative on the right side of history. So it's awesome to partner with Mike, as he is a great sponsor, of course, with MyPillow here at the network. All right, it's 2:30 Eastern Time, bottom of the hour. Thanks for streaming with us live as we are straight up rolling with it here, guys. We have no teleprompter. Glad sometimes not to have a prompter because it's sometimes can be very formulaic and whatever, but we're definitely just sharing with you our commentary on the various things that have happened at the White House over the past. Now we're entering the fourth week now, and we've seen already, this is going to be the fourth world leader a little bit later today with the Prime Minister of India, Modi, who we're going to see here in just a bit. A number of news stories. Basically, stick with us because we're going to give you as much as we have when it comes to live feeds or replays of what's happening today on Thursday, February 13th. Let's go to a commercial break. We'll be right back.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on Rsbn Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Welcome back to RSBN Live. It's 1:33 Central Time, 2:33 on the East Coast. Dan Scavino Jr., literally on Truth Social, just posting 2 minutes ago, 45 plus minutes, POTUS, real Donald Trump, still going. This is the photo that we're seeing in there. I know it's really far to see, but that's the Oval Office. There's a lot of media in there. But guess what? This is a recorded feed. I looked on other networks. This is not something that's live right now. So we're going to get this feed when President Trump is done with this press conference with Howard Lutnick, the Department of Commerce Secretary. So as soon as that is done, when President Trump is done, then we'll get the feed here, and then we'll replay that to you as soon as we get it. So from there, then we're also seeing that he'll be signing, executive orders, and also the RFK Jr. swearing in will happen, and then the Prime Minister of India press conference as well.
Yeah, it's a big day at the White House and on Capitol Hill. Just reviewing some of the Senate roll call votes. Of course, Brooke Rollins will be over at the USDA as the new Secretary of Agriculture. That was a vote of 72 to 28. And then, of course, Secretary Designate Kennedy. We've heard that name Kennedy in the past. It's a pretty famous one over at Health and Human Services by a vote of 52 to 48, the same exact vote as Tulsi Gabbard yesterday, so he'll be sworn in today. We're looking for cloture votes as well for Howard Lutnick at Commerce and Kelly Loeffler over at the SBA. And finally, Kash Patel, he got out of committee, the Judiciary Committee, and it was almost like the tale of two cities, completely the opposite storyline between Republicans and Democrats. Sadly, a party line vote. But Chairman Grassley, calmly and patiently, the Senate President pro tempore that he is, eloquently stating not only the qualifications of Kash Patel, but that he's been a victim of the deep state as well. So Senator Durbin, my goodness, the ranking member, wow, he paints a picture nicely. If you weren't paying attention to what's actually happening, you might believe the guy.
Exactly.
You know, it's remarkable to watch.
And exactly, speaking of believing things, it's the woke mind virus that is starting to get more exposed throughout this country. And the more people that see it and wake up, Democrats, liberals, and even some Republicans, I guess, the more we are aware and more we are free and free thinkers. And the more we realize the common sense agenda that President Trump has is for the good of the American people. So, and indirectly good for the world. So we're seeing, again, I always name Viktor Orban and, Javier Milei and also Jair Bolsonaro, even though he's not leading Brazil right now, as to other people that are leading the free world in a way too. I know President Trump is the leader of the free world, but it's great to see people around the world that are on that team of the people. So again, so it's 2:36. Looking forward to seeing the president again here in just a minute. And to your point about Kash Patel and everybody, you said earlier it would be great to see a photo from the West Wing of all of the cabinet picks that are in office now at their posts with the president. That's going to be a very powerful accomplishment that we're going to see as we the people, because we voted for that to happen.
We did, and I would like a signed photo of all of that with all of their signatures. That would be great. And I'll put right on the wall, on the MAGA man cave wall. But that will be, in all seriousness, one of the most iconic groups ever assembled in modern American history, because, again, these are experts in their field. They don't need this as a stepping stone to a higher office or looking on later down the life. In fact, many of them absorbing the proverbial bullets, taking on these roles. I mean, even their family members having to put up with such nonsense. Or I think about just the awful things that, Mr. Kennedy's family has said about him, specifically Caroline Kennedy, calling him a predator. That's his cousin. And I'm like, that's just awful to think about. This man has devoted his life for clean air, clean energy, clean water, and asking those specific questions as to why are chronic diseases killing us here in America, over 60% of Americans with some form of chronic illness. Why do 1 in every 3 American children have autism? And these things have popped up really in the last couple of decades for the most part. So I think this is a man dedicated to taking care of people's health and their well-being, just as his father did, just as his uncle did. So sad to see that family members will use such kind of language, but you have to look at Caroline Kennedy's connections. I mean, this is someone who worked for Barack Obama, closely connected to the deep state, has made her money off of the bureaucracy like many have. And it's a classic use in psychology, almost a dark psychology, you can call it. It's these people that are so depraved in so many different ways, who think they're so elite, going to these cocktail parties, and they'll point at someone else and say they're the person to blame, they're the weirdo, when you actually look into their lives, and they may or may not be on certain lists. We'll get into that, but we know Anna Paulina Luna looking into that with the Epstein list as well, as part of this new committee to investigate those so-called conspiracy theories out there.
Exactly. And so when Elon Musk says the people voted for major government reform, we're seeing it unfold before our eyes each day right here on RSBN Live. Great to have you guys join us right now, wherever you're watching, all across the map. Thank you so much for streaming in, as it's 2:39 Eastern. It's going to be great to see all of those cabinet photos with the president, because most of them, if not all of them, they would all be great presidents anyway.
They really would. I mean, their leadership style is selfless. It's focused on bringing in a team of people who know how to get the job done. That's why President Trump is so good at this role as commander-in-chief because he listens to the experts and he goes on the recommendation. It's so much of a job where you're listening to people all around. So we'll throw to the White House now as we have some updated coverage for you. We'll go to Washington, D.C. right away. Okay, just a moment on that, as this is going to be a playback of what's taking place in the Oval Office in the West Wing. Such an exciting big day for the Commander-in-Chief and those in the cabinet. We're almost a full cabinet now, so that's exciting.
It is exciting, and it's going to be great to see this replay back from the Oval Office. So we're hearing from the producer that it's still loading and getting ready to be able to be shared with you right now. So you're getting inside baseball and how it flows sometimes in live TV when we're holding down the fort here. So looking forward to seeing this coverage from President Trump and also the Department of Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. This is all about reciprocal trade and also tariffs, but you know, now that we know from Dan Scavino Jr. on Truth Social that this went on for 45 minutes plus, you better believe that a lot of Q&A was happening, and President Trump most likely addressing a lot of off-topic questions, which he does from time to time. And then, of course, this is just one press conference out of two today from President Trump. A bit later, the Prime Minister of India, Modi, they'll have a press conference from the East Room of the White House. And on top of that, the RFK Jr. swearing-in ceremony with President Trump participating in that. So it's like we're running a marathon here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is a trifecta plus of coverage. If you remember those rallies where we'd have 3, 4, 5 in some days back in the day, well, this is kind of like that, it seems like at this point.
Oh, yes. Lots of fun. And for political junkies like me and Matthew here, it's like the Super Bowl every day because it's a competition between those who seek to do evil and harm and those who are truly serving the common good. It's the nationalists versus the globalists. And we are here on February 13th, 2025, in the year of our Lord, looking upon that beautifully ornate executive mansion named, for our first commander-in-chief, the true general founder of this nation, George Washington, and his monument you could see to the south of the executive mansion. He was the only president not to live there. Pretty remarkable.
It's remarkable. And also to have visited, I know you visited the White House. I have visited the White House as well before, just to be in the building. Speaking of that, that's not something just Robert and I can do. I know many of you might have been there before. Just released from the First Lady, Melania Trump, the public tours to the White House have just opened up again. That starts later in the month, I believe. I think it's February 25th is what I saw.
Yes.
But there's a whole thing to fill out on whitehouse.gov. It's not just a random person's just allowed to walk up and go inside. There's a whole thing you got to do. But that's pretty awesome that it is open coming up. I believe it's the 25th of February. It starts the reopening of the White House tours.
Yes, that's correct. I'm just looking up the main website for you here, and this is great because this comes directly from the office of the First Lady. And it is, I'm looking for the exact website, but I believe whitehouse.gov/tours. I just want to make sure that's 100% correct for you. But we will find that and bring that up for you because that's maybe a nice thing for spring break or for a summer trip with the family because there is nothing like it. And both of us have been on a number of occasions for different events. And just to see the executive mansion in person is really very special, and you will feel and see the literal weight of the presidency.
So on whitehouse.gov, it looks like if you go to whitehouse.gov/visit, that should do it for you. So if you're looking at a visit, if you want to double check that on me?
That's what I'm checking right now.
So if you type in whitehouse.gov/visit, that brings you to a part of reaching out to your Congress member, whether a representative or a senator. You have to request the tour through that person. And then there's a reservation for tours and what's included in the White House tour. What we're told is the tours of the White House include the public rooms in the East Wing and the residence, which include the Vermeil Room, the library, the China Room, the blue, red, green room, also the State Dining Room, and a view of the White House Kennedy Garden. Secret Service officers are actually stationed along the tour route and are available to answer questions about each room's history, art, furnishings, current uses, and beyond. So That is quite epic to be able to get approved through your congressman or congresswoman to get access to get a tour of the Great White House.
And you might not know who you will run into in the process because it's a working office and a residence as well as a museum. So an amazing trifecta for you for the executive mansion. And I remember my first White House tour. I went up right there on the North Portico where the president and the president-elect will first greet one another for tea before they go to the Capitol. And we're actually going to throw it to Washington right.
Mr. President, you are meeting Prime Minister Modi of India this afternoon. What kind of trade and tariff relations would you like to have with India, and what's the vision for India-US?
Yeah, India traditionally is the highest, just about the highest tariff country. They charge more tariffs than any other country. And I mean, we'll be talking about that. But again, whatever they charge us, we're charging them. So it works out very well. It's a beautiful, simple system. And we don't have to worry about, gee, we're charging too much or too little. But traditionally, India is right at the top of the pack, pretty much. There are a couple of smaller countries that are actually more. But India is a they charge tremendous tariffs. I remember when Harley Davidson couldn't sell their motorbikes into India because of the fact that India, the tax was so high, the tariff was so high. And Harley was forced to build, I guess they built, I don't know, that was a while ago, but I think they built a factory in India in order to avoid paying the tariffs. And that's what people can do with us. They can build a factory here, a plant or whatever it may be here, and that includes the medical, that includes cars, that includes chips and semiconductors, that includes everything. If you build here, you have no tariffs whatsoever. And I think that's what's going to happen. I think our country is going to be flooded with jobs.
What should consumers expect? Are prices going to go up short-term,
Well,
long-term?
not necessarily. I mean, not necessarily, but I'll tell you what will go up is jobs. The jobs will go up tremendously. We're going to have great jobs for everybody. This is something that should have been done many years ago. China did it. I mean, China did it at a level that probably nobody's ever seen before. If you manufactured a car, you couldn't send it into China. The tariff was so high. So everybody went and they built in China. It was no big secret. So we're going to see, but it's going to mean tremendous amounts of jobs. And ultimately, prices will stay the same, go down. But we're going to have a very dynamic country.
But if prices go up, Mr. President, because of these tariffs, who do you think voters should hold responsible?
Oh, I think what's going to go up is jobs are going to go up. And prices could go up somewhat short term, but prices will also go down. And I think the farmers are going to be helped by this very much because product is being dumped into our country and our farmers are getting hurt very badly by the last administration. The last administration hated our farmers, like at a level that I've never seen before. I think our farmers are going to be helped. Jobs are going to be helped, but our farmers are going to be helped. Our manufacturers are going to be helped. And again, if somebody wants to come in, including the car companies, if they want to come in and build car plants, they'll do it without tariffs, and therefore prices won't go up. There could be some short-term disturbance, but long-term, it's gonna make our country.
So Americans should prepare for some short-term pain.
No, you said that. I didn't say that.
Well, if the prices go up.
Let's see what happens. Nobody really knows what is going to happen, other than we know that jobs are going to be produced at levels that we haven't seen before. We know that we think interest rates are going to ultimately be coming down because of things that happen, and they go hand in hand with the tariffs. But we think that the prices for some things, many things, it could be all things, will go down. Ultimately, will go down.
Mr. President, can you explain the timeline here, sir? There's a period of time for a review, a report, 180 days. Sure. What's the earliest date that you think tariffs will actually be implemented and executed?
Well, I would say maybe I'll ask Howard to answer that because he's going to be the one that's implementing. What do you think?
Our studies should be all complete by April 1st. So we'll hand the president the opportunity to start on April 2nd if he wants. So I think we'll be ready to go on April 1st, and we'll hand it to the president, and he'll make his decisions. But remember, if they drop their tariffs, prices for Americans are coming down. Our production's going up, and our costs are going down. Remember, it's a two-way street. That's why it's called reciprocal.
And have you spoken to any American CEOs directly about this? Are they calling you and
I've
asking for
spoken to
exemptions,
many,
for
and
example?
many love it. And they say this is going to be the thing that makes our country really prosperous again. And this is going to be what pays down to $36 trillion in debt and all the other things. And this is going to be, this is an amazing day. I think this is going to be a very big day and in a very positive way for our country. Yes, please.
Mr. President, you've talked about the VAT and the EU before and your concerns with how the EU treats you. Do you have a number in mind on the European Union? Do you have an idea of where that number is going to land?
Well, what they are now is they have a 20% VAT tax, which we're considering to be similar or the same as the tariff. Plus, they charge lots of fees. And, you know, they're doing something else. European Union's been very tough on our companies. They sued Apple, they sued Google, they sued Facebook. They sued many other companies, and they're American companies, and the kind of numbers are staggering. And the court system over there is not very good to our companies. If you know that Apple had to pay, I think, $16 billion in a penalty, a court case that was really shocking because most people thought they would have won that court case, people that watched it. So they've been very tough. Airlines have called me up and they said, could you help us with Europe because they're charging us so many different fees. I got a call from the head of American, United, and other airlines saying every time we land a plane, we get just absolutely killed by the European Union. And so they haven't been treated as good. You know, we think the European Union is wonderful. We all love Europe, love the countries in Europe. But European Union has been absolutely brutal on trade. Canada has been very bad to us on trade, but now Canada is going to have to start paying up. And Canada's been tough on the military because they have a very low military cost. They think we're going to, you know, protect them with our military, which is unfair. So Canada is going to be a very interesting situation because, you know, we just don't need their product. And yet they survive off the fact that we do 95% of what they do. And Canada is just absolutely, I say it, and sometimes people smile and sometimes they say great idea, but Canada, their taxes would come down greatly. Their security would go up greatly. Amazing things happen to Canada. And really Canada in this particular, why would we pay $200 billion a year in subsidies to Canada when they're not a state? You do that for a state, but you don't do that for somebody else's country. So I think Canada is going to be a very serious contender to be our 51st state.
Mr. President, how are negotiations going with Canada? There was obviously a delay in implementing those tariffs.
I spoke to Governor Trudeau on numerous occasions, and we'll see what happens. But it just sets up so good for them. Look, the people would pay much less tax than they're paying right now. They'd have perfect military protection. They don't have any military protection because and you take a look at what's going on out there. You have Russian ships, you have China ships, you have Chinese ships, you have a lot of ships out there, and you know, people are in danger. This is a different world today. It's a different world. They need our protection. Yes.
You mentioned Elon Musk and the efforts that he's undertaking with your authority. You granted him new authority this week. Will he secure any new government contracts while he is working on Doge?
No, not if there's a conflict. If there's no conflict, I guess what difference does it make? But we won't let him do anything having to do with the conflict.
Are you personally checking to make sure there's no conflicts of interest?
Yeah, I am.
He answers to you.
Sure, he does. First of all, he wouldn't do it, and second of all, we're not going to let him do anything where there's a conflict of interest.
Mr. President, your negotiations with the EU are there's discussions ongoing already. How quickly do you expect that you'll hear back from them about any of these other measures?
I can't tell you. Yeah, the EU's been very nasty. It's just been, they haven't treated us properly. Look, we were great to them on NATO. Essentially, it's a similar group of countries. When I came in, my first term, I raised their fees. I mean, they were not paying. We were paying for, in my opinion, almost all of NATO. And now, you know, I had the bad moment with the press where the press said, well, does this mean you won't protect them? And I said, I won't protect them if they're not paying. But because I said that, the Secretary General, as you know, said it was the greatest thing he's ever seen because the money came pouring in. But they don't treat us right on trade. They don't treat us right on the military either. I mean, if you look at Ukraine, we're in for probably $200 billion more than Europe. Why are we in for more than Europe? We're in for more than Europe. I mean, think of it, or NATO. I mean, let's call it NATO because Canada's in. By the way, Canada is just about the lowest payer. Also, they shouldn't be. They are just about the lowest payer in NATO, in addition to everything else. So Canada's really been taken advantage of. And if they had to pay just something modestly fair, they would be able to succeed as a country. And that's why I feel they have to become a state. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is it your expectation that partners will offer major concessions and that you actually don't end up applying those tariffs?
No, I think that a lot of them will stay the same, and whatever they pay, I'll pay. I mean, we'll have a lot of them stay the same. I think some. Look, I heard as an example, EU lowered their tax on cars down to the exact same amount that they were much higher. They were approximately 5 times higher, and they lowered them down to the exact tax that we're charging. That took place like yesterday or the day before. Is that a correct statement? I think so, yeah.
Do you expect any exemptions or waivers?
I don't expect that, no. This is a simple system. I mean, there wouldn't be any. And in the case of Apple, I gave them a waiver, an exemption in my first term because Samsung was in South Korea, and Samsung didn't have to pay the tax because it was a tax on China, and Apple makes a lot of their product in China. So I did that because it wouldn't have been fair. But now this applies to everybody across the board. This is a much simpler way of doing it, much better way.
You had that major call yesterday with President Putin of Russia. President Zelensky responded today basically saying any agreements they won't accept unless they're made with Ukraine. Will Ukraine have a seat at that table for those negotiations?
Of course they would. I mean, they're part of it. We would have Ukraine, we'd have Russia, and we'll have other people involved too. A lot of people, a lot of forks in the a lot of forks in this game. I'll tell you what, this is a very interesting situation, but the Ukraine war has to end. The young people are being killed at levels that nobody's seen since World War II, and it's a ridiculous war, and it has to end. We had a good talk with President Putin. I had a good talk with President Zelensky, very good talk. And somebody said, oh, I should have called Zelensky first. I don't think so. I mean, we have to find out whether or not Russia wants to make a deal. I know that Zelensky wants to make a deal because he told me that, but I now know that Russia wants to make a deal.
Did you ask Secretary Hegseth to walk back his comments yesterday saying Ukraine won't join NATO and won't go back to pre-2014 borders because those are bargaining chips you could use?
No, I didn't. Somebody told me to, but I thought his comments were good yesterday, and they're probably good today. They're a little bit softer, perhaps, but I thought his comments yesterday were pretty accurate. I don't see any way that a country in Russia's position could allow them, just in their position, could allow them to join NATO. I don't see that happening. And long before President Putin, Russia was very strong on the fact that I believe that's the reason the war started, because Biden went out and said that they could join NATO, and he shouldn't have said that. As soon as he said that, I said, you know what? You're going to have a war now, and I was right about that. This is a war that would have never happened if I were president.
But you don't think it's President Biden's fault, not President Putin? I mean, he's the one.
I think Biden is incompetent, and I think when he said that they could join NATO, I thought that was a very stupid thing to say. I thought when he said, well, it depends if it's a minor incursion. In other words, it's okay if Russia does a minor incursion. I thought that was a very foolish thing to say.
When can we expect on
got it started. The other thing that got it started was how badly Milley and these stupid people, a bad general, how badly they did with Afghanistan. I was going to pull out, but we were pulling out with dignity and strength, and we were going to take our equipment with us and everything else. They are, I mean, what they're doing is, what they did with that, I think Putin looked at that mess and he said, wow, this is a great time, I'm going to go in. But what the Americans said, I'm not blaming Americans, but I will say what they said had a big influence on his deciding to go in. Yeah.
When Elon Musk met with Prime Minister Modi earlier today, did he do so as an American CEO or did he do so as a representative of the U.S. government?
Are you talking about me?
No, Elon Musk.
Elon, I don't know. They met, and I assume he wants to do business in India. But India is a very hard place to do business in because of the tariffs. They have the highest tariffs just about in the world, and it's a hard place to do business. No, I would imagine he met possibly because he's running a company. He's doing this as something that he's felt strongly about for a long time because he sees what's happening and he sees how the country is really being hurt badly by all of the fraud, waste, and abuse. Yeah.
So how is Modi know whether he's meeting with the CEO or meeting with a representative of your government?
Well, he's meeting with me in a little while, so I'm going to ask him that question. All right? I'll ask him that question. Yeah.
On auto tariffs, what should we expect, sir? You mentioned obviously steel and aluminum and pharmaceuticals. What are you thinking about auto tariffs? We haven't talked about that much.
I think autos are coming soon. I think they're all coming more or less at the same time. And it's not going to be a big shock to the system. But what it's going to do is it's going to bring pharmaceuticals back to our country. Much more important than the money. It's a lot of money, but it's going to bring pharmaceuticals back to our country. It's going to bring chips back to our country. It's going to bring automobile. We're going to do a lot more automobile manufacturing in our country. When I did this, when I announced this during the campaign, they were going to build the largest car plant in the world in Mexico. It was almost under construction. It was just starting. And when they heard me make that statement, and they thought I was going to win the election, actually, it was a few months before the election itself. China was building the car plant. It was going to be the largest in the world. They immediately stopped construction. You can see the foundations there. They immediately stopped. When they heard I was doing this, that would have destroyed Detroit. It would have destroyed Michigan. This plant would have taken up more than almost the whole state built. And it would have been very destructive. When they heard me speak, and they said, wow, if he gets in, we're gonna lose our shirt. So they stopped building. That's the impact that tariffs have. Again, I say it, and I say it loudly. It's the most beautiful word, but now I say religion, love, and a couple of other things are more beautiful because I got in a lot of problem with the fake news when they said, other things are more important. God is more important, but these are the words. But I would say it's number 4 or 5. To me, it's the most beautiful. And I'll tell you what, I think really reciprocal tariffs, those 2 words, reciprocal makes tariffs really fair.
There'd be no exemptions, right? It would be all auto imports?
Any exemptions now because you don't need to. With reciprocal, you don't need to.
Mr. President, Gavin Clegg just arrived at the RS.
Fox Radio. Do you have an update on the TikTok negotiations?
Yeah, we have a lot of people.
Timeline's running out, isn't it?
Well, I have 90 days from about 2 weeks ago, right? And I'm sure it can be extended, but let's see. I don't think you'll need to. We have a lot of people interested in TikTok, and I hope to be able to make a deal. I think it would be good. People have learned it's very popular, and we'll have to probably get approval from China to do it. But we have a lot of people that are interested, and a lot of people. I think China will be interested because it's to their benefit too. So I look forward to that. But we have a lot of people that are interested in TikTok. Quite a few.
Mr. President, Doge workers arrived today, Gavin Clegg and others arrived today at the IRS. Do you expect to close the IRS, or what are you expecting?
No, I don't expect it, but I
Someday.
think that the Internal Revenue Service will be looked at like everybody else. Just about everybody's going to be looked at. So it's they're doing a hell of a job. It's an amazing job they're doing, and that force is building. I call it the force of super geniuses. But it's building. And, they go up and they talk to some of the people about certain deals, and the people get all tongue-tied. They can't talk because these people get it. They're very smart people. We need smart people. Yes. Brian?
On tariffs, sir.
Yeah, Brian?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I know that during the campaign, it was huge in Pennsylvania as far as bringing back manufacturing. Have you talked to any CEOs since the tariffs were announced on steel and aluminum? What's the feedback from those people?
They are in love with it. As you know, in Pennsylvania, U.S. Steel is through the roof. They're all through the roof. That's why I didn't want U.S. Steel to make a deal with Japan or anybody else. I think it's going to do great. But I think maybe more than anybody else, the steel companies and aluminum companies, they're in love with what's happened. And this will eventually be the car companies and chip companies. We have to have chips made in this country. Right now, everything's made in Taiwan practically, almost all of it, a little bit in South Korea. But everything, almost all of it is made in Taiwan. And we want it to be made. We want those companies to come to our country, in all due respect. You know, they took the business away. Taiwan took our chip business away. We had Intel, we had these great companies that did so well, and it was taken from us, and we want that business back. We want it back in the United States. And if they don't bring it back, we're not going to be very happy.
You
Sir, on
mentioned
tariffs, are you-
pharmaceuticals as well in China. That's national security to bring that back.
China and other places. We want to get the pharmaceutical and drug business back into the United States, where it should be, right?
Sir, on tariffs, are you concerned that the countries that would be most affected, like India, would just shift their trading to China?
No, I'm not concerned about anything, really. I mean, I'm just doing what's fair. This is a very fair thing. This should have been done a long time ago. I would have done it, but then COVID hit. I was getting ready to do this years ago, and first time we had the most successful economy in history, and then COVID hit, and this was going to be the thing that I was most waiting to do, but it was awfully hard to do this with Italy and France and Spain, and all those people were dying, and then we put tariffs on. I have a big heart.
Sir, on Ukraine, when Putin says that he really wants peace, do you believe him?
Yeah, I do. I believe he wants peace. I believe that President Putin, when I spoke to him yesterday, I mean, I know him very well. Yeah, I think he wants peace. I think he would tell me if he didn't. I'd like to see peace.
Do you trust President
I
Putin?
believe that, I believe that he would like to see something happen. I trust him on this subject. I think he'd like to see something happen. I think it could have happened a long time ago. I think Biden, number one, it shouldn't have started, but it did. And now all those cities are knocked down, like demolition sites. All those beautiful golden towers are knocked down. There's nothing going to replace them. But much more importantly, you lost millions of people. A lot of soldiers, but you lost millions of people. When they knocked down those cities, and they're all laying down on the side, they're laying down just in ashes and all crumbled up concrete. They literally look like a world-class demolition site. And many of them, almost all of them, but many of them, and this should have been done by Biden years ago. This should have never been allowed to happen. I know he's a friend of yours.
But couldn't Putin just withdraw his
He's a friend of
today?
CNN. That's why nobody watches CNN anymore, because they have no credibility. Okay, who else? Yes, please.
Sir, if you can find a buyer in the United States for TikTok, do you think Xi Jinping will authorize the sale of it, or will he?
I'm going to make it worthwhile for China to do it. I think so. I mean, I got to know TikTok because during the election, I ended up with 36% higher than my opponent with youth. Okay, that never happened before. That's always been a Democrat thing, youth. It became a Trump thing. And I think TikTok, I think Joe Rogan was a part of it. Some of the great people that I did interviews with were a part of it. But I think that TikTok was I think it was a big part. Look, as you know, we were up by 36% with youth. The Republican was never up with youth. And I focused on TikTok, and I found it to be amazing, actually, and very fair. And I think the image of TikTok is different than it was before the election. I think people saw it, and they view it as a positive, not a negative. I think it'll be to China's advantage to have the deal be made, yeah.
How much money do you think you'll raise from tariffs on an annual basis?
That's the most interesting question. I think it'll be a staggering amount. It will be the external, I call it the External Revenue Service. That was a name that was devised by a few of us, but I think it's going to be a staggering amount.
We've heard the number $1 trillion floated in meetings with senators. Is that a number you've thought of?
I don't know, but already the Senate's saying, well, wait a minute, they're looking at some of the numbers and they're saying, whoa, look, we want to, I say America first, I say make America great again. That's what we're doing. I think it's the most important thing I've signed. I've signed some very important things. Right to try was so important. I mean, a lot of important things. Space Force, the biggest tax cuts in history. This could be one of the most important things that we've ever signed.
Do you expect the Russians and President Putin to attend the summit in Saudi Arabia?
Eventually, yeah. Not quite yet. It's a little early. They're having a meeting in Munich tomorrow. Russia is going to be there with our people. Ukraine is also invited, by the way. Not sure exactly who's going to be there from any country, but high-level people from Russia from Ukraine and from the United States.
Do you want to have Russia back to the G7, sir?
I'd love to have them back. I think it was a mistake to throw them out. Look, it's not a question of liking Russia or not liking Russia. It was the G8. And you know, I said, what are you doing? You guys, all you talk about is Russia, and they should be sitting at the table. I think Putin would love to be back. Obama and a couple of other people made a mistake and they got Russia out. It's very possible that if that was the G8, you wouldn't have had the problem with Ukraine. And if I was president, you definitely wouldn't have had the problem with Ukraine. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine. But you ask a very good question, the G8. It used to be the G8 and then these people threw them out. And I was arguing with Trudeau and with numerous of the people. Actually, Prime Minister Abe, a great man from Japan, agreed with me 100%, and some of the others did too. But I got there, it was the G7, as you know. They had already been terminated. I think it would have been very helpful, and it still would be helpful to have Russia be a part of that mix. And I think if they were, I don't think you would have had the problem that you have right now.
Russia is part of the G20. They kicked them out, of course, because they illegally annexed Crimea. I mean, how would you have responded if Russia invaded or took over?
They took Crimea during Obama.
2014.
They took, well, now they're looking to take the whole thing. Then they took a big chunk of land and people, as you know, during Bush. And now they're trying to take the whole thing during Biden. You know, the only one that didn't give them anything is Trump. They never took anything with Trump, nothing, not 2 inches of property of land. But Crimea was Obama. And then Bush gave him a lot, if you remember. And then, in fact, it's a sort of a standard little phrase. And Biden's giving him everything because this is a war that shouldn't have been had. And the only one that didn't give him anything is Trump. It's just the way it is.
What's the message from Wall Street about these tariffs? So there's been some nervousness on Wall Street about the impact.
I mean, there hasn't been very much. And I think it's going to make the United States stronger. And in many ways, it could make other countries stronger, too. You know, other countries want to have a strong United States. They want to have a strong America. And I think it's going to make us very, very strong, much stronger. And we have a lot of work we're doing on the military. Our military already, I've authorized some contracts to be built that are very substantial. We're building the greatest equipment in the world. We have the greatest military equipment in the world. We're building it. At some point, when things settle down, I'm going to meet with China. And I'm going to meet with Russia in particular, those two. And I'm going to say, there's no reason for us to be spending almost $1 trillion on military. There's no reason for you to be spending $400 billion. China's going to be at $400 billion. We're at $1 trillion. We're going to be at close to $1 trillion. And I'm going to say, we can settle this on, we can spend this on other things. We don't have to spend this on military and I'm going to be meeting with China. You know, we were trying to de-escalate nuclear, and I was in a position where Russia had agreed and China had agreed we were going to start, and then we had a rigged election, so that never took place. But this one was too big to rig. We won by so much that it was too big to rig.
You want to do the China meeting in the United States, or would you travel to China for that?
For what?
The China meeting.
I tell people all the time, you know, the question is who's going to have the first meeting, where are you going to, I say this to Putin, to President Xi, I say to everybody, never bothered me, you know. I'm willing to say I'll go first. It doesn't matter. It's the end result that counts. So it doesn't make any difference.
When do you want to have a conversation about global defense spending, you, China,
I'd
Russia?
like to have that. As soon as things settle down, I'm going to have that conference, primarily with China and Russia, because those are the two that really are out there. And we're going to have them spend a lot less money, and we're going to spend a lot less money. And I know they're going to do it. They agreed to it. We were talking about denuclearizing, and President Putin and I agreed that we were going to do it in a very big way. There's no reason for us to be building brand new nuclear weapons. We already have so many. You could destroy the world 50 times over, 100 times over. And here we are building new nuclear weapons, and they're building nuclear weapons, and China's building new nuclear weapons, and China's trying to catch up because, you know, they're very substantially behind, but within 5 or 6 years, they'll be even. And we're all spending a lot of money that we could be spending on other things that are actually, hopefully, much more productive. Hopefully, there'll never be a time when we need those weapons. If there's ever a time when we need nuclear weapons, like the kind of weapons that we're building and that Russia has and that China has to a lesser extent, but will have, that's going to be a very sad day. That's going to be probably oblivion.
Do you see that as separate conversations, or do you see one giant summit with you, Xi Jinping, and Vladimir Putin?
Yeah, I could see that. Let things calm down a little bit. You know, when I left, we had no Middle East problem. We had no Russia going into Ukraine. They never would have done it. Putin never would have done it. And I came back and we got like the whole world is blowing up. So when we straighten it all out, then I want to have one of the first meetings I want to have is with President Xi of China, President Putin of Russia. And I want to say, let's cut our military budget in half. And we can do that. And I think we'll be able to do it.
If Elon Musk identifies wasteful spending in the Defense Department, defense contractors and the like, are you willing to go after that spending as well?
We have to go waste, fraud, and abuse. Yeah, and we're doing that.
Could we, I'm just wondering about your conversations on defense spending. Would you want to do that as a trilateral, or would you use the existing body that also already includes China and Russia, the G20?
No, it's the people. It's President Putin, President Xi. I don't need bodies. I don't need anything. It's people. It's all about people. It's about relationship and people. And, I've had a good relationship with President Putin. I've had a good relationship with President Xi. It's about people. And I think when things straighten out, which I hope will be in the not too distant future, the meeting I want to have first is a meeting with China and a meeting with Russia on slowing down, stopping, and reducing nuclear weapons in particular, and also on not having to spend the kind of money we're all spending on weapons, military weapons generally.
I think my question is, would you have those meetings separately with each of those leaders, or would you try to bring them all together?
Both. You start off separately, and that's what was happening. I was dealing with President Putin. We had really an understanding where we were going to denuclearize. What a beautiful term that is, right? Denuclearize. What a great thing if we could do that. And we were going to, he really liked the idea, and so did I. And we had then called China, and China was very open to it. And then COVID hit, and then we had a rigged election. But now there was no rigged election. Now we have an election that was too big to rig. That's what my whole theme was, too big to rig. And they tried, but they didn't pull it off.
Sir, as part of the reciprocal tariffs, would you also direct agencies to study the impact they would have on prices in the U.S.?
No, there's nothing to study. There's nothing to study. It's going to go well. The United States is going to become a very, very strong economically country. Yeah.
Mr. President, in the past you have spoken against BRICS. India is part of BRICS. Do you want to dismantle BRICS, or you want to US want to be part of it?
I don't care, but BRICS was put there for a bad purpose, and most of those people they don't even want to talk about it now. They're afraid to talk about it because I told them if they want to play games with the dollar, then they're going to be hit with a 100% tariff the day they mention that they want to do it. And they will come back and say, we beg you not to do this. BRICS is dead since I mentioned that. BRICS died the minute I mentioned that. And I remember when Obama and Biden in particular, I guess he said that, they have us over a barrel. They don't have us over a barrel. We have them over a barrel. If BRICS wants to play games, those countries won't trade with us. We won't trade with them. And if any trading gets through, it'll be 100% tariff at least.
On your
What
cabinet,
would be your-
You know what? When they hear that, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to say, look what happened to BRICS. They didn't want to talk about it. They don't even want to admit that they were a member of BRICS. That's what's happened.
On your cabinet, sir, we saw Robert F. Kennedy Jr. get confirmed. He's going to come in here and be sworn in. Mitch McConnell has now voted against several of your nominees. He voted against RFK Jr. as the next health secretary, citing conspiracy theories. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I feel sorry for Mitch. And I was one of the people that he wanted to go to the end and he wanted to stay leader. He's not equipped mentally. He wasn't equipped 10 years ago mentally, in my opinion. He'd let the Republican Party go to hell. If I didn't come along, the Republican Party wouldn't even exist right now. Mitch McConnell never really had it. He had an ability to raise money because of his position as leader, which anybody could do. You could do it even, and that's saying a lot. But the fact is that he raised money and he gave a lot of money to senators, and so he had a little loyalty based on the fact that as leader you could raise a lot of money. senators would call me and they say, he wants to give me 25 million. Can I take it? I'd say, take the money. Take the money. But he engendered a certain amount of, I don't even call it loyalty. He, was able to get votes. But I was the one that got him to drop out of the leadership position, so he can't love me. But he's not voting against Bobby. He's voting against me, but that's all right. He endorsed me. Mitch, do you know that Mitch endorsed me, right?
Well, he did.
You think that was easy? What?
He had polio, obviously, and his.
I don't know. I don't know anything about he had polio. He had polio.
Are you doubting that he had polio?
I have no idea if he had polio. All I can tell you about him is that he shouldn't have been leader. He knows that. He voted against Bobby. He votes against almost everything now. He's a very bitter guy, and we have a very strong party. And he's almost not even really a very powerful member. I'd say he's not he's lost his power, and it's affected his vote. And it's one of those things. But in the meantime, Bobby did great, got more votes than anybody thought, and I think he's going to do phenomenally, just phenomenally in that position. And everybody else likewise did well. Not only well, they got more votes than anybody thought. Tulsi, look at how she did. She did great. Marco got 99 votes. How about that? And Marco got 99 votes. And Marco, by the way, I have to tell you, Marco Rubio's done a fantastic job. He's been a great Secretary of State. They're all doing great. But we're going to have a swearing in today, and maybe we're going to have a second one, because I hear we have a couple of them coming up. And the man behind me is doing a fantastic job, Secretary of Commerce. And I think you're going to see something very big come from today's signing. This is going to be a very important signing. Okay?
On U.S. Steel, sir, can I ask very quickly? You said you'd meet with the head of that company and the Japanese company.
U.S. Steel is going to be here, and a lot of the steel companies are coming. I think steel companies, they love what's happening to them. We saved it. If I didn't do the tariffs from my first term, you wouldn't have one steel company here. You wouldn't have one steel. There wouldn't be a steel company alive in the United States. And right now, they're going to be thriving. They're doing very well, but they're going to be thriving. They're going to be coming out. People are going to want to buy those steel companies like crazy.
Are you still planning to mediate talks between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel?
Yeah, I don't know. I think U.S. Steel right now has all the power. The tariffs have given U.S. Steel a new lease on life. Okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go.
Let's go, guys. Quickly.
Thank you, press.
We can leave the stage, right? Okay.
All right. Welcome back.
that was perfect.
Yeah.
Welcome back to
Perfect
Rsbn
unison.
Live, as we saw there at the White House, there at the Oval Office. And it's interesting, when President Trump holds a press conference, it doesn't need to be behind a podium, it's behind the desk. And we saw the Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, there as well. So it was great. We had to pause there because the producer's talking to us about what's coming up next. The RFK swearing in President Trump. Let's go to that right now. And as soon as we get the feed corrected there, we'll be going back to the White House there, where RFK Jr. is getting sworn in. Obviously a little audio technical difficulty, but again, all of the coverage that you're seeing today is recorded from moments ago, and then we play it for you live here on the network. So I just want to clear any confusion about whether something's live or not. We'll put up there as much as we can. We'll put up there moments ago when it's something that was just sent to us. Also, A lot of times it seems now is that there aren't many live feeds coming directly from the White House, unless there's a press briefing like yesterday. I believe today's East Room White House meeting between the Prime Minister of India and President Trump will be a live feed. Usually that is from the East Room.
Yes, and it has been the case with the 3 other leaders that have visited recently from Japan, Israel, and Jordan, respectively.
Exactly. So, all right, so it's 3:24 Eastern time. We have a lot to get to yet today, including that replay of RFK Jr. swearing in with President Trump. That was done right after the event with Howard Lutnick. So just back-to-back coverage here. Producer, can you repeat that? Okay. Okay, they're loading it up for us so we can send it to you guys so you can take a look. We haven't seen it either. It's our crew behind the scenes right now getting that video loaded up for us to be able to air it. All inside baseball when it comes to super live, and that's what we're doing right now at 3:25 Eastern time. And then after this RFK Jr. swearing in, then we're going to hear from the president with the Prime Minister Modi of India. So we'll see him greet the Prime Minister outside the West Wing, and then they'll have their time at the Oval Office, which I believe we'll also see a feed of that.
Right.
And then over to the East Room. So if you really started out the day with us here at the network at 9 in the morning, or you were on at 8:30 Eastern, right?
I was, yes, sir.
So since 8:30 until now, all the way for the next few hours, so many stories. I know it's been a lot, but it's great because we're able to really check out live feeds and replays just like this one with RFK Jr.
But it is now. It's a big moment, actually. It's going to be.
All right, so what's happening now is we're going to break it down for you even more. You know, I can hear the crowd going, oh, come on. Hey, we're with you. So when we hear a cue to go, we obviously throw it to the video. What's happening is the live feed that's being sent back, or the recorded feed of what just happened. Simple as this: the cameraman inside the White House will hit play, and then sometimes hit stop to rewind to make sure all the feeds and the networks are ready to receive a feed. It's just this whole thing. So we keep seeing the feed come up on our end, and we're going to it, but it's not specifically ready, and they're not going to play it in its entirety yet for whatever reason. We are on this side of the camera. Those technical things, man, I applaud our guys, by the way, for how they're handling all of the different feeds that are happening. But again, all of this, you know, you just work through it. You just keep going. It is what it is, right? It's live TV.
That's
but
part of it.
The point is, it's all to show you the common sense reporting when it comes to live events and slightly delayed reporting as well of various events. So it's going to be awesome once we get the feed to see RFK Jr. Finally, guys, can we step back for a second and realize that he is going to be the director of and the secretary of Health and Human Services. So make America healthy again. It's time to celebrate.
Yes, it really is. I mean, this will be transformational governance. And again, he prayed for 2 decades, get me to a position of influence so I can help serve my common people, the common good, and my neighbors and my fellow countrymen. And he said God sent him Donald Trump. So this has been his life's work for clean air, clean energy, clean water, and getting rid of the chronic disease epidemic in America, and really finding out the answers as to why 1 in 30 children obtaining autism or autoimmune diseases, the allergies. I mean, I can remember a time when the peanut allergy. Remember when airlines just give you peanuts? Like now it seems like every other person has a peanut allergy. Is there a reason for that?
Exactly.
Maybe he can find out why.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of the toxins in our food, a lot of that processing junk that all of us have eaten before. You know, I mean, I was just eating some food just a second ago while we were watching the president. You know, it's always, my family is funny. They say, always buy from the outside aisles of the grocery store. Don't get the stuff from the inside. But, you know, still, to the point though, and not everything in the inside has a toxin in it, but I'm just saying it's just cleaning up all of our food in America. We know that as soon as RFK Jr. is sworn in today, I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow or on Monday, there are some huge announcements about the processing of our foods and how things go. I'm not an expert in the farming industry and all of that, but I do know, hey, the word organic, we really wish all of it was organic. Why wouldn't it be? Like,
exactly.
It's coming from the earth, and we want to eat healthy again. And this is a good time. Maybe we should get Megan Kohler on the show because she loves Make America Healthy
Absolutely.
again.
I mean, it's a huge part about it to making our health important. And this man will do that. So we're going to send to the Oval Office the swearing in of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as Health and Human Services Secretary.
Make us very proud of this day. Like his father, Senator Robert F. Kennedy, and his uncle, President John F. Kennedy, Bobby has devoted much of his life to serving his fellow Americans in his campaign for president, and he was a very tough competitor. I did not like it at all. I said, let's get him on my side. But in his campaign for president in 2024, Bobby brought together a coalition of supporters across party lines, and he really worked very hard, and he had tremendous support, unbelievable support, and I think a lot of that support came my way when we decided to do a little merger, and it was really great, and it was very loyal, incredible people. They believe in him so strongly because he's a fierce advocate for the health of our children and for the values of free speech, democracy, and peace. And people are going to be very impressed, I have no doubt. I've known him a long time. He's been a friend of mine a long time. Perhaps most importantly, though, Bobby created a nationwide movement made up of millions and millions of mothers and fathers and young people and concerned citizens of every background who want to end and this horrible chronic disease crisis that exists in America. He's absolutely committed to getting dangerous chemicals out of our environment and out of our food supply and getting the American people the facts and the answers that we deserve. After years in which our public health system has squandered the trust of our citizens, and they really have, they don't trust us, they don't trust anybody, frankly. They've gone through hell. There's no better person to lead our campaign of historic reforms and restore faith in American health care. And Bobby's going to do it. The United States spends more money in health than any other country on earth, but we're growing sicker every year. We're not as healthy as countries that spend just a fraction of what we spend, so there's something wrong. He's going to figure it out. In recent decades, we've seen staggering increases in cancer rates across all age demographics, including more than 40% increase in childhood cancer since 1975. Who can believe that? And an explosion in other chronic childhood illnesses. Not long ago, 1 in 10,000 people, children, had autism. Now it's 1 in 36. Think of that. 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000. Now it's 1 in 36. Who can believe that? There's something wrong. There's something wrong. And I think it's something that can be found out. In 2022, more than 40% of children had at least one chronic health condition, and today nearly 80% of young adults do not qualify for military service, in large part for health reasons. Think of that, 80%. Something is wrong, and that's why immediately after Bobby is sworn in, I will be signing an executive order establishing the President's Commission to Make America Healthy Again. We have some great people on that commission. Chaired by our new secretary, this groundbreaking commission will be charged with investigating what is causing the decades-long increase in chronic illness, reporting its findings, and delivering an action plan to the American people. And it's going to be a plan that people are really waiting to hear. Bobby, I want to thank you. You've gone through a lot. It's taken great courage. You've been amazing, actually. I'd call him and say, you're going to be okay. And he said, I know, I really do. He's really been supported amazingly by Cheryl and his family. And it was very tough. It was a very nasty group of people that were after him, but he was tougher and he was smarter than they are. And that's why he's here today. There are very few people that could have withstood the assault, but he was able to. So I just want to congratulate you, and we have a very special person here to swear you in, a man that I think has done I think he's just an amazing man. As you know, his name happens to be Gorsuch, and he's a member of the Supreme Court in extremely good standing. He's highly respected by everybody. And I don't know, are you two friends or something? Or did this just happen to be the justice? Did this just happen to be the luck of the draw? What happened? Did you reach out? Well, you reached out to a very good man. So please, if you would, thank you very much.
This has to be done first.
I'll do this first. Sorry. I'm going to make this a good one, right? Okay, it's good so far. Good. It's a 10. Go in there. Get the kid in there. Go in there. Get the kid.
Over here, please.
Would all the family like to join?
Yes, sure.
All right. Please place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. I, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
I, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend.
That I will support and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies.
Against all enemies.
Foreign and domestic.
Foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Secretary.
I want to begin by thanking President Trump for giving me this extraordinary opportunity, and I want to introduce my family and thank them for being here. My wife Cheryl, my cousin Anthony Shriver, my daughter Kik, my other daughter Kira, Catalina Shriver, Joey Shriver, Jackson Hines, and Amaryllis Kennedy. Oh, and I want to thank all of you for your support and throughout this whole 2.5-year journey. My first time in this Oval Office was in 1961, and I came here to meet or 1962. I came here and I had a meeting with my uncle, who was president then, where we talked about the environment. He was involved deeply, as we all know, in restoring physical fitness to this country. He challenged at one point during his administration, he challenged Americans to do a 50-mile walk, which I ultimately did. But I remember the day that my father completed his walk. We were staying up at Camp David. And my father came in after 18 hours walking on the CNO towpath with his feet bleeding and blisters on them. My father had one of his best friends was Al Lowenstein. And Al Lowenstein ultimately was a congressman from New York who was assassinated himself in 1980. But Al Lowenstein had started the Dump Johnson movement to get rid of President Johnson and end the Vietnam War. And at the time that he started it, people just thought it was a fool's errand. And ultimately, he asked my father to run for or President against Johnson. My father wouldn't do it at that time, and he asked Gene McCarthy. McCarthy did it, and he joined that campaign. And my father ultimately ran, and Johnson then dropped out. So Al Lowenstein succeeded. And although Al Lowenstein was on the other side now, running against my father with Gene McCarthy, my father wrote him a note, a quote from Emerson, where he said, "If a single man plant himself firmly on his own ideal and there abide, the whole wide world will come round to him." For 20 years, I've gotten up every morning on my knees and prayed that God would put me in a position where I can end the childhood chronic disease epidemic in this country. On August 23rd of last year, God sent me President Trump. And he gave me he's now given me, he's kept every promise that he's made to me. He's kept his word in every account and gone way beyond it. I'm so grateful to you, Mr. President. A lot of people told me that I couldn't trust President Trump, that I better get it in writing. And we did a handshake, and everything that he told me he was going to do, he has done. And I'm so grateful to him, and I've told you before, I genuinely believe that you are a pivotal historical figure, that you are going to transform this country at a time when we see all of the indicia of democracy now in tatters in our country. We see the rise of the military-industrial complex, the rise of totalitarianism, these attacks on our Constitution, and this breathtaking epidemic that is disabling our people. President Trump has promised to restore the American dream in this country. A healthy person has 1,000 dreams. A sick person only has one. 60% of our population has only one dream, that they get better. President Trump has promised that he's going to restore America's strength. But we can't be a strong nation if we have a weak citizenry. If people are sick, 60% of our people are sick, 77%, as President Trump mentioned, of our children cannot qualify for military service. And we need a man on a white horse now. We need somebody who is willing to come in and has the spine and the guts and the strength to challenge orthodoxies, to stand in the way of vested interests, and to break institutions that have turned against our democracy. President Trump has shown again and again that he is that hero. And most recently, I greatly appreciate it, and I called you the day that you announced the termination of USAID. My uncle started USAID in 1961 for humanitarian purposes, to put our country on the side of the poor. It has been captured by the military-industrial complex. It has become a sinister propagator of totalitarianism and war across the globe. And very few people understand how sinister this agency really is. And President Trump saw that, and he stood up to it with a masterstroke. And we want to do the same thing with the institutions that are stealing the health of our children. We need a revolutionary figure, and you are that figure, and I'm very grateful for you for giving me this opportunity. I want to recognize some of the allies that I've had in this battle for a long time: Senator Rand Paul, Senator Ron Johnson, Senator Roger Marshall, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Buddy Carter, who've all been champions of the MAHA agenda before I even came along. I'm very grateful for you for standing strong. Thank you very much, President Trump.
Mr. Secretary, I'd like to ask, what plans do you have immediately at HHS now that you're sworn in, sir?
He's going to be running it. He's going to do a great job.
What would you like
That's
to
my
see
plan.
first?
He's going to find out a lot of secrets that have been maybe kept from us, but he's going to come up with some solutions to some big problems, health problems. And I think he's going to go down in the record books. I really have confidence. This group has Great. Even Rand has confidence. And that doesn't happen often. Good luck. Good luck.
I'd ask you, Mr. Secretary, do you plan to fire anyone immediately, or what are your plans on day one, which I guess is today?
Our plans are radical transparency and returning gold standard science to NIH, to FDA, and CDC, to ending the corruption, ending the corporate capture of those agencies, getting rid of the people on those panels that have conflicts of interest, so we can do unadored and unimpeded science rather than the kind of product that is coming out of those agencies today.
Mr. Secretary, may I ask, how do you address concerns that some Americans may have about your stance on vaccine?
When people actually hear what I think about vaccines, which is common sense, which is vaccines should be tested, they should be safe, everybody should have informed consent, people are reacting because they hear things about me that aren't true. They hear characterizations of things that I've said that are simply not true. When they hear what I have to say actually about vaccines, everybody supports it.
Mr. Kennedy, Kara Kashinova from Lindell TV. What's your message to Democrats in the Senate that fought so hard to keep you from taking this position? And congratulations, by the way.
President Trump has promised to be the president for all Americans, and he has said to me that he understands that there's no such thing as Republican children or Democratic children. All of our children need to be protected, and whether you're in a blue state or red state, I'm going to do everything I can to work with you, whether you're Democrat or Republican, to restore child's health in this country.
Mr. Secretary.
Great job. Great job. Thank you all very much.
Kennedy Jr., think about the legacy. I mean, talking about his father, talking about everything that the family has fought for so many years, just steps away from that resolute desk. Once where his uncle, JFK, the 35th president, proudly served from. And they were joined by Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene, also Senator Ron Johnson, Senator Rand Paul, in addition to the Kennedy family. God bless them, as we had Mr. Gorsuch, the Supreme Court Justice, swear Mr. Kennedy into office. And we're joined now by fellow Californian and Republican strategist, Katie Zachariah. And we're very excited to see you, have you back on the show here. And thank you for joining us. Some of your thoughts on Secretary Kennedy coming into office to serve at HHS.
It's actually a pretty profound moment. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. transformed my life out here in California. He is a Californian. And during the pandemic, his voice absolutely shaped every position I had and my response to the tyrannical measures that our Governor Gavin Newsom was taking. His book, The Real Anthony Fauci, is one that every single person should read, especially those who don't necessarily know how they feel about RFK Jr. He is medically sound, backed by every journal. He is just a brilliant, brilliant man, and I couldn't be more excited for this. I could not be.
Well, Katie, let's talk about that then, in the sense of we're seeing with Doge, now we're going to see with RFK Jr. and just pretty much the entire federal government really uncovering corruption in every section of government to just make America great again. What are your thoughts just about the amount of common sense leadership that we're seeing right now?
So in particular, specifically to RFK Jr., I think what Elon's doing with Doge through these other departments, and I'm sure you saw that they're at the IRS today, I feel that RFK Jr. will with the CDC, NIH, FDA, right? That what we're seeing with Doge on a larger platform, I cannot wait to see what RFK Jr. is going to do with the CDC, with the FDA, and with the NIH. I mean, to have that kind of visibility now that he's going to have, the access that he's going to have, and the ability to really upend a lot of these programs that have been detrimental to our society rather than helpful, like CDC during the pandemic. I think he's going to expose all of the fraud, misinformation, disinformation, but also all of the money, the pharmaceutical money that is being made and who's making it. And I think that'll also be really, a help allude to the vote of 52-48, who's getting these kickbacks from Big Pharma. I'm really excited for this. And I think RFK Jr. is going to do, again, what Elon's doing with all these other groups to the NIH, CDC, and FDA.
And Brooke Rollins was confirmed to be the next Secretary of Agriculture. We also had Kash Patel coming out of the Judiciary Committee today on a strict partisan vote of 12-10. Please give us some thoughts on those two nominees.
Yeah, I feel that President Trump's press conference today on the reciprocal tariffs, I'm sure it was on earlier with Brooke Rollins coming in for ag. She had a 72-28 confirmation, which is a decisive showing for her. And I think that she's going to be looking at a lot of these. China put a tariff on our grains. And so, again, I think there's a reason why President Trump did this reciprocal tariff press conference in conjunction with some of these nominations and confirmations. Brooke Rollins is going to have a heavy task, and I think she's going to really be able to bring back our agricultural department. I think she's going to bring back American agriculture and not have to do these, this tariff war with China, because she's going to have the amazing support of President Trump. As it pertains to Kash Patel, that is probably the one who I'm most excited about to see confirmed. I feel like it's going to be a pretty narrow confirmation similar to RFK Jr. But I feel also that Kash is going to come in and upend the FBI in the same way that RFK Jr. will with the NIH, et cetera, and then Elon with Doge. Kash is going to really expose a lot of what we as Americans have seen for so long of the FBI really going after our own president, President Trump. I'm not sure. Homan was just in the news talking about how the FBI had been leaking information about these raids that were going to happen, and he had to really put a stop to that. And I think when Kash is in charge, we're not going to see any longer the government working against other agencies. I think the FBI is really going to have to come to heel, and I'm excited for that. And Kash is going to be able to deliver on that.
Katie Zachariah out of Southern California, Republican strategist, thank you so much for joining us here at Right Side Broadcasting, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you.
All right, so it's 3:52 p.m. Eastern Time. You see on the one side of your screen there something we've seen 4 times so far on the left side of your screen, where a world leader will be meeting with President Trump. And the next one is the great Prime Minister out of India, Mr. Modi, will be there in just a bit. So we'll have all of that live coverage for you. What we're going to do here is we're going to start a new stream that will have that coverage, including the meeting in the Oval Office and the East Room press conference. So that will wrap up our coverage here. We can thank a few sponsors and then go ahead and click on our new stream that will be starting within about 5 to 10 minutes at the most. We'll have all of that live for you here shortly. Again, 8 minutes to 4 o'clock. Thanks for watching RSBN Live. We want to thank Colonial Metals Group for being a great sponsor here at the network. All you have to do is go to freegoldguide.com for more information on Colonial Metals. Also, we will be talking about more sponsors coming up, including our next one, American Financing as well. American Financing, a great group.
Oh, yes. You want to lower your mortgage rates, and they could do this by $800 per month and actually save you on the next 2 payments. So visit americanfinancing.net/RSBN to learn more how you can do that today.
Also, Republican Red Winery. So just go to republicanred.com, use that RSBN promo code. A great company here. Wine for the right side. Thank you, republicanred.com, for being a great sponsor here at this network. All these great sponsors providing us what is needed to cover all of these live events, but also it's great to sell these great products because they're patriotic products that are really good quality as well. So let's go to mypillow.com. Speaking of awesome products, all you have to do is go to mypillow.com/RSBN. You see the mega sale right there. Use that RSBN promo code. And speaking of RSBN, all you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801 for any donations you'd like to share with us here at the network. Texting RSBN to 801-801. We also have that newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter.
Yes, so smart to do so you get those updates on your phone. And also download that app that you can see everything live and in real time and also get those great newsletters. We have a hell of a team of writers right here at Right Side Broadcasting. Happy to share the printed word with you as well, not just the broadcast in and of itself.
Exactly, and we don't want to forget about Tax Network USA. 800-357-1415 is the number. tnusa.com/RSBN. It's 3:54. We'll see you on the next live stream, which is going to be uploaded right away as we get ready to see the Prime Minister of India meet with the 47th Commander-in-Chief. For Robert McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez, and everybody here at Right Side. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interviewed the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.